All right, I do hope that we are live now, that everybody can hear. I apologize, friends. I said 7:30. I did have some pretty significant technical difficulties with new equipment, which I do hope you are going to enjoy. I think I'll adjust my webcam here to be a bit bigger. We can wait for people to trickle in. So, friends, first of all, if you're tuning in later, like as in not live, I am going to timestamp the broadcast. I was just going to say we're about to be interrupted, excuse me, by my food delivery. That was delayed. So please, if you just want to hear the story, thank you so much, C-Probe. He's just arrived with my food. Put it over there, please. Well, actually, the kitchen's fine. Sorry. First of all, it's time for a victory pizza, I think. Hello, November 6th, Golf Mike Lima. How are you doing? Hey, Smitty. So my point is, if any of you, sorry, what? What? My friends, 1 second. Go ahead and put a slice on the plate. Thank you so much, friends. Your kind donations are what? Sorry, what? C-Probe?
Breadsticks or just?
I would like 1 breadstick, 1 slice of pizza. The sauce cup, please. Jesus. I really tried my best to get this food arrived before the broadcast, but I'd rather be here and you guys understanding why this is a little bit late. So that other people can trickle in here. So what I'll be doing is reading the murders in the Rue Morgue. And I have a special surprise. I really hope this new microphone, it's not on right now, will work. I just got it working right before I went live, so that's why I'm a little bit late. So I do have to eat. I have not eaten yet today. But like I said, if you are tuning in to the broadcast after this live stream is over, go ahead and look at the timestamps, and the moment it begins, that's when you should start, well, listening to the story. So I did have a small poll. I don't know if you guys see my community posts. Hey, Nigel. Blessings to you too. Blessings to everyone. I want to get a nice background ambience, something spooky going on here, because this is getting close to the day. Halloween is based on Samhain, pagan, well, I say pre-Christian, Western European concept of the day in which the veil between the living and the dead drops. It no longer is in existence, and people traditionally would cower in their homes with as many lights on as they could throughout the entire day and night. They would tell spooky stories to each other, of course, but they would nervously put food outside to appease the spirits of the wandering dead. Thank you. That is exactly what triggers.
Tested the breadstick and that stuff.
Oh, yes, you could have a breadstick. Let me get you a tip, dear C-Probe. He's wonderful. I was looking at the delivery times. It was absurd. It was something like, we'll get you a pizza in 2 hours. But I was trying to thank you guys earlier for your kind donation, so I need to put up the donation link to PayPal. You can hit super thanks if you're watching this later, super chat right now if you want to interact. So the Feast of Samhain is a feast night, and the origins of trick-or-treating is that people would nervously put all kinds of good foods and treats outside the door so that wandering spirits might be appeased by that offering and leave the living alone and not come indoors. The fridge, please. Can you please get me a canned Pepsi? Thank you, dear. You're wonderful. So, and a fork and knife, please. You know, streamers need fork and knife to eat pizza, otherwise you touch the mouse. So sorry, this was supposed to be a spooky intro, right? Setting the stage here, but the idea of the origins of trick-or-treating is that youngsters would run around stealing that food and the treats meant for the dead. And then they were dressed up like ghosts and such, or monsters, and prank, rap on the windows and the doors and do all sorts of things that youth kind of do. So it later became more of a joke. Thank you. The straw, please. He's going, sheesh, what else do you want, lady? But yeah, Steve Prob's wonderful. He lives very close to me, so go ahead and help yourself to some of this pizza. You're totally welcome to it. Okay, yes, he did. He says, I just taste. He has a funny smile on his face. He says, I just taste tested the breadstick to make sure they didn't poison you. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, food tester. You're the royal food tester. Okay, C-Prob's going to go back to his house and join us online a little bit. But isn't he wonderful? Instead of 2 hours, I mean, I really was not going to wait 2 hours for food. He volunteered to go get the pizza. Carney, what's up? Now ask for Parmesan. Yeah, come back here. No, he's out. He's out the door. I actually don't like Parmesan. Not on pizza, at least. It's a pasta thing to me. So as soon as I see if a couple more people trickle in and actually take a few bites of food, we will begin. We will begin the murders in the Rue Morgue. This is my favorite Poe tale. I think it's one of the best. I haven't read them all, even though I'm a big Poe fan. I have an affinity for crows and ravens, and they seem to like me. And whenever I've been at places like Audubon societies and bird rescue centers, they always, and even wild ones, they just come around and like to interact with me. And boy, they're smart, intelligent, talking birds. And I think Poe and his, the Raven poem is what really got me into that. So, friends, let me show you a preview. I want to test this microphone. You can't see it because of the webcam, but check this out. Tell me if this sounds better. All right. What do you think of this microphone? How does it sound? This is raw input. Oh, yeah, it looks like I have to put my lips right up on it. It's hypercardioid. Raw input. I do not have any filters like I did the other one. Now, which microphone would you like me to use? This new one? I can always switch to the headset one. I have them simultaneously set up so that if I leave the chair, it's soft. Okay. Let's turn that up a bit then. Have I ever tried Cambazola? What's that? I mean, possibly. Now let's boost the mic input a little bit. All right. Is this better? Going into the red. As far as OBS is concerned, it's going slightly into the red, meaning peaking. Good speaking evening. Hey, hello, Vanessa. Now, Jag says the new one sounds better, or the old, or the other one. Okay, you have to say new or old. The microphone I'm speaking into right now was $250. And the GoXLR input, it's muffled. Okay, that's... Darn. I was really hoping this would be pretty clear. It's hypercardioid. So
You have to put your lips just about on it. If you like the old one better, then I can switch right back to it. It really needs probably some filters and such. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. If the old one is better, I'm sure we can get this new one sounding really good in a future date. But I was hoping for feedback for a few more people. Yes, absolutely. We need to tweak it. And I don't have the world's best cables attached to it. Just really, it sounds tinny. Yeah. So I have just set up the new thing called GoXLR, and it's got so many bells and whistles. Right now, I think there are some effects already on the microphone, which I'm looking through them, and it's a wide array of, like, wow. There's so many settings. I don't know what to do here. Vanessa says, I haven't been here long enough to get a good feel for the new mic, but something about the old one, but this one sounds muffled but spiky and sharp. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there's reverb. The amount is at 0 right now, but I can adjust it and add it. How do I articulate it that it sounds jagged? Yeah. Okay. What about, I'm just going to turn all of these effects to 0. One of them or two seem to be on. What, is this better? Is better? Yeah. Well, I really wanted to work with John Stoker on this. He's a good sound person. And yeah, I don't need a noise gate on there. Did that help at all? Turn up a little bit of bass. There's no compressor. I'm supposed to be eating. I know this. So did it improve at all, or should we just forget it and go back to the headset? Yeah, do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 test. Okay. All right. Just did. I wish there was just a big button that says turn off effects. Now it's hypercardioid, so if I move my head even slightly left or right, it will sound way different and start to trail off. It really may be just my my own problem here. Okay, I've taken treble down, up the bass. The quality sounds excellent, but there's something not quite right. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me mute it.
Is this just better with the old one? Because I'll go ahead and do that for you. I know this one sounds like crap. It really does. Okay, friends. So I do want to take bites and talk. Sorry if that's a little. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is good. Thank you so much for your kind donations, friends. Let me get you the donation link. It's going to be in the. Oh, I haven't had a franchise pizza in a long time. Thank you, friends, for the donations prior that helped me afford this. It's better. Okay. Yeah, I do have 5 filters on this one. We'll mess with the other one later, but I want to thank you guys for allowing me to get that equipment. I tried to set this all up yesterday, and when we had the freeze warning, it's a bit unusual in October to have freezing temperatures, but we went down to 31 Fahrenheit, of course. America. And there was a whole much more prep than I needed to do for around here to make sure, plants don't die, and my mom's didn't, and my elderly neighbors didn't, and all that. Oh, excuse me, I'm full barbarian mode. This one's a Pizza Hut. I love stuffed crust. It's the original. It's the best. I really thank you guys. All right, we'll get started here in a little bit. I want to make sure as many people show up as possible. And let me get you my PayPal donation link. Even $5 right now. Oh, that really helps. I have to go actually to my own channel page to find that. You can always go to my channel page and hit about. It'll explain what channel's about, but it also has the PayPal donation link and my link to my Twitter. So, a PayPal donation link. Thank you. And here it is. I'll now pin that comment to the top. I'm really excited to see you guys. I'm really happy that you're here. There we go. So it's in the chat. Now, a lot of people don't know that chat actually exists, and this should save after the broadcast is over. They've kind of moved it around on the mobile apps. It should be around the share button and all those areas. This is, I think the new one will definitely be better. It just needs tweaking. Yeah. Well, thank you for the feedback, guys, because I'm here for you. Everything I do is for you. And I love having you here, friends. I love hanging out with you. So let me give you a little bit of background on Edgar Allan Poe here and this particular story. This takes place in Paris. And this image up on the screen is from a movie about murders in the Rue Morgue. And I need to, hey, Spinny Dude, how are you? I need to warn you right now, do not Google anything about this short story. It's the world's first detective novel. Everybody thinks that it was Sherlock Holmes. No, Sherlock Holmes that author owes everything to Poe. The detective mystery story originates in the United States, America. It's one of our literary pride moments. Before Edgar Allan Poe came around, there were very few authors that had any sort of respect that were from the United States, one of which was Washington Irving, who was Thomas Jefferson's buddy, very early 1800s. He wrote Sleepy Hollow, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. But Edgar Allan Poe comes around, changes everything. A lot of people didn't approve of his subject matter. Horror genre, just like today, struggles with legitimacy because there's so much, well, crap out there. But Mary Shelley, Byron, Poe, and, for example, Washington Irving himself, they start bringing horror and suspense thriller into the modern literary tradition of legitimacy. So that's finally getting respect. So Poe not only did brilliant stories, short stories was his format in general in poetry, but he invented an entirely new genre, and that is the detective story, police thriller. Everything we have today on the television, including unsolved mysteries to things like Fargo and all that, it all comes back to Poe. All of the Sherlock Holmes stuff all goes back to Poe. He did not, unfortunately, achieve respect in his lifetime. He was pretty impoverished. But one thing I will say about Poe, to clear his name, is he did not die of alcoholism as suspected. When Poe's symptoms are given to modern day medical students to try to figure out what's wrong with the victim, where the name is withheld and yet it might be a celebrity. They're supposed to figure out what killed the person, and later the name is revealed. When modern students of medicine are given Edgar Allan Poe, the number one disease they come up with, what probably killed him, is rabies. Pretty messed up, but yeah, rabies. People know what an animal gets like with rabies, but a human doesn't go nuts. A human just hallucinates, loses the ability to drink water, and starts feeling like they're drowning from their own saliva. They hyperventilate. They desperately try to seek water, try to drink it, then because of constriction of the throat muscles, they cannot swallow. And so they begin to choke on anything they try to drink, and they just desperately look around for help, like, how do I drink? And then they seizure, they go completely delusional, and oftentimes rabies is acquired through non-dog bite. Everybody thinks it's a dog bite or a rabid fox bite sort of thing, but oftentimes it's acquired through non-bite means, such as interacting with your own horse saliva. So the going theory that I have after studying Edgar Allan Poe's death is he probably acquired rabies from a horse. Horses dribble saliva all over their mouth whenever you're interacting with putting on the bridle or the bit, or, well, if you're just interacting with a horse in general, they kind of smear saliva all over your sleeve, and as they kind of nudge you. And then if you take your own sleeve and just wipe your own mouth or eyes or anything, you will contract rabies. The rabies survivor, the one that we know of, she contracted rabies from her horse. And that means that there's no obvious bite. So when Edgar Allan Poe was rushed to the hospital in a collapsed state, everybody assumed that he was a drunk and he was in delirium tremens and all that, and dying of alcoholism. However, he lingered in bed. If he had alcohol poisoned himself, he wouldn't have been awake to talk about it. It just nothing really makes sense. It was more of a slander on him. Yeah, I hope the broadcast is not interrupted. It says not maintaining enough video signal to maintain a smooth stream. I think that's a YouTube bug. So now we have 42 people here approximately. Great. Means around 20 people are staying up. Glad to have you all here. So first of all, do not Google Murders in the Rue Morgue because a whole bunch of images will spoil the ending. This is one hell of a twisting ending. This is the craziest twist in a murder story I think I've ever heard of. This is what put Poe on the map. This story, even though The Raven, Telltale Heart, and everything else gets all the press, this story has got the most nuts twist that, boom, it kind of conquered the world. Really cool locale set in Paris and all that too, but oh my god. There's a whole bunch of like reprints of the Murders in the Rue Morgue, which is very far out of copyright now, where the story ending is given away on the front cover. It took me a lot of doing just to find a thumbnail that didn't wreck the end of the story. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing tonight. I think we can. But a lot of it is an intro. I honestly haven't read this since I was in 7th grade. Don't know how long it is, but it's considered a short story. So we probably could get through this tonight. Now let me try to finish some of my food. Now, Poe had a lot of detractors. He was unfortunately slammed in the literary circles as some sort of a, dime novel horror. He was not given the credit he needed as a literary genius. Let me mute for a second while I chew a crunchy breadstick. Thank you so much for kind donations. Now, I'm still hoping to round up donations, even though I'm just reading a Poe story, because I need donations in the off season. Now, this is Santa Ana and Diablo wind season, and California was under red flag yesterday and part of today. I stuck around monitoring the situation, ready to go live, so I still can't really have a job even in the quote off season. And I need to, pay rent to keep the lights on through the winter as well. So I'm coming up with ideas. How can I still survive during the winter? And if you're wondering, well, why am I reading an Edgar Allan Poe story on a wildfire tracking stream? That's your answer right there. I will eventually separate the channel into a few others, like Catherine reads stories, Catherine's World of Animals, Catherine's World of Ghost Towning and History, but not yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to best do that. So, all right, just a few more bites here, and we'll be able to get going. Let's find let's find some spooky ambiance. Let's add. What do you think? A dark, stormy night, right? So we could do night storm ambiance. So I'm googling off screen here. Yes, this one. Now let's do a sound test. It needs to be present but not overwhelm my voice. What about this volume level? You like it? Mass River says boo. Boo back. I do want to do an actual Halloween stream as well, so that will be coming down the pipe. I'm sorry it all ended up like this. My food arrived late, but it allows people to show up. Desiree says, I've read Frankenstein, was inspired by two events in her life, a miscarriage, yeah, and then doing psychedelics with Byron and Shelley. Well, she is Shelley. Mary Shelley wrote it. Frankenstein, if you read it, it has all kinds of overwhelming, icy cold snow, frigid temperatures, themes. And that's because when Lord Byron, Mary Shelley, who's a lady, they were youth. They were like 14 and 15 years old when they went to Lake Geneva on a vacation, on a rich person's vacation. And they were at Lake Geneva in June when it began to snow. Yes, June. And all the sheared sheep began to die off. All the crops are ruined. Because that happened to be the year without a summer. I believe from Krakatoa's eruption, or was it Tambora? I think it was Tambora. Yeah, a year without a summer. And extremely large volcanic eruptions cause a nuclear winter, basically, but volcanic winter. So the year without a summer. And this freaked them out. Yeah, 1816. Mount Tambora, that eruption was one of the largest in human history, where modern humans exist and have reading and writing and can talk about it. Krakatoa was pretty large, but Tambora, off the charts, one of the largest since the Bronze Age. So it caused a year that had no summer, and it in the northern hemisphere, virtually all crops failed. Everybody had to go back to, stored food, which caused mass starvation. More than 38,000 people died. I think it must have been a larger number than that, but that's confirmed just from starvation. June, it was still snowing. July, it's still snowing. August, it's still snowing. Goes straight into winter, and it's still snowing. So all plants in the northern hemisphere essentially did not grow that year. There was not enough sunlight, and Edward Munch, the scream, Krakatoa caused a similar event. Not that bad, but they were crazy. Every night you looked into the sky, the moon was red, because of all the sulfur dioxide and aerosols that the eruption put into the sky. So people thought the world was ending. There was a resurgence in religion, and people trying to repent and all this. Not only do stories of Ragnarok and the end of the world talk about things that volcanoes can do, like the moon turning to blood, and so does the Bible with Revelations. So volcanic eruptions can change everything. With Krakatoa and Tambora and a couple others, these volcanoes were responsible for a global cooling era called the Little Ice Age. And that's when fur trading and everything was nuts. Now, we'll take another poll. I do want to read The Doomed Voyage of the Tonquin, which is my screenplay that I wrote. I won't be reading my screenplay, but it's about the founding of Astoria on a different night. We're going to do Poe tonight. But the Little Ice Age was what really caused the surge in fur trading and happened to be why Portland, Oregon, the place I'm at right now, is in the United States and not Canada. The race to trade the furs of the Pacific Northwest, Thomas Jefferson's rubber-stamped John Jacob Astor's efforts to race the Canadians and the English, well, basically, to the mouth of the Columbia and put some sort of an American, not a town, but a fort on the map, so that later when the border between Canada and the United States was going to be set up, we could have a claim to Oregon territory. And so John Jacob Astor said, cool, I'll help you out with that, Thomas Jefferson, but the entire endeavor was doomed and ended up with a horrible, horrible fate, especially for the crew of the Tonquin, the ship that John Jacob Astor sent from New York to the mouth of the Columbia River. Mind you, the Louisiana Purchase had just happened. Lewis and Clark had just come back from their 1806 stuff. This was 1810. And this is one of the most horrifying things that most of the American public has never heard of, and most of the world. No real movies exist about it except for one from 1940. Because it has such a terrible ending for all involved that it's too horrifying, really, for film. Like, it's just depressing, saddening. So Hollywood hasn't picked up the story, but I sure have. It's something that would be crazy. It's crazy to hear about. So on a different night, I'll read you about the founding of Astoria. But back to Poe and Mary Shelley. When they looked out the window in June at Lake Geneva, they thought they were going to go swimming and stuff. No, and the lake froze and snow fell, and so the overwhelming theme of Frankenstein, his monster, is the ice, the cold. Frankenstein goes on an Arctic expedition, and around this time, the Erebus and the Terror, the two wooden ships, were trying to find the Northwest Passage. Really one of the worst years to ever go. They got stuck in the ice, and nobody survived. There was a couple of years where they had a couple of years of food on board, but it was canned with lead solder. It just disappeared. Eventually, Native Canadian people, Inuit, led some expeditions that were looking for the Erebus, and the Terror led those people to some mass graves. And journals were found and such where they sort of explained what happened, how they got stuck in the ice year-round. And the Terror was just found. They made a really cool mini-series about it. It goes fantasy. But the actual Terror, the ship, was found perfectly preserved. I should say found preserved. Or was the Erebus? They found them both. Yeah, with all the wood and stuff intact and china plates in the hold still. Like in the still sitting on the wall. So, yeah, Year Without Summer also wrecked the. That's the Endurance. That's a different ship. That's Shackleton. But Year Without a Summer wrecked a whole lot of things, a whole lot of lives, and Napoleon's goals too. Napoleon was running around going, "Are you kidding me?" He was trying to invade Russia. That's not good. So I actually get cold reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Frankenstein's monster goes on one of these voyages that gets stuck in the ice. And all these mere mortals are huddling around the one little fire in the ship. And Frankenstein's monster was trying to get away from Frankenstein, the doctor, who is determined to destroy his creation to save the world. Because, well, Frankenstein's monster had been killing people. And so the monster walks off the ship because he has like a superhuman strength and everything, and leaves everybody behind and ditches them to their fate. And you don't see that too often in most of the Frankenstein movies. But I remember just trying to curl up and get warmer when I was told to read that for school. And it made me cold just reading the dang book. But there is Penny Dreadful. Penny Dreadful, if you haven't seen that show, that TV show, a classic. It goes where Wolfman, Frankenstein's monster, vampires and such. Somewhat recent show, I think about 8 years ago. Incredible. Look it up on streaming services. And that shows more of the authentic tale of Frankenstein's monster, and he goes up into the Arctic voyage and such. I'm almost done eating, friends. Sorry. Thank you for your kind donations. Keep me fed. Desi says, yeah, the one in Iceland was late 1700s and led to the French Revolution and other things. Yes, it was a series of large volcanic eruptions from the late 1500s to early 1800s that caused a little ice age. And people think the fur trade was all about fashion or something. It is absolutely not. Even to this day, the average fur prices and sales follow the coldness of the winters of Russia and China, which are the biggest purchasers of fur garments. In those areas, if you want to stay warm, you cannot have synthetics. Synthetics are not good enough. There's still high demand there. And every single year, even to this day, they have a severe winter, but they rush out to buy it. And if they have a mild winter, fur prices drop to almost nothing. Desi says apparently there's several theories about post-death. Oh, there's a lot of them, yes. Including something called cooping, where people abducted victims and locked them in a small room, hence being cooped up. Yeah, like a chicken, like on board ships. The ship chickens, which they could keep alive for a while, getting fresh eggs and stuff, until usually a big wave wash them overboard. There was a lot of voter fraud, so he may have been beaten to a pulp and forced to, and/or drugged, and forced to go to a voting poll and vote against his will. There's a lot of theories. He really may have been a beating victim, but rabies is a big possibility. Today in Africa, 30 to 35,000 people die of rabies still, and it's not usually from. I mean, there is a lot of dog bites and such, but it often is from livestock, acquired from is interacting with your livestock. And just the way that horses and stuff smear their saliva on you. And it's really sad. None of these deaths really need to happen, but that's one thing about living in the first world. We can be very glad for that vaccine. Oh yeah. So let me quickly eat here. So friends, how is the background? Can you hear the stormy night ambient music? Is it my voice relative to it good? Are we good to begin in a second here? That's one of the mummies from the expedition. Yeah, the first canned goods were a revolution. Unfortunately, the first canned food was sealed with lead solder. Oh, these poor guys stuck trapped in the ice. Eventually figured out they're the far north of Canada, like as far north as you can get. Eventually realized help isn't coming, that nobody can get through the ice either, and they try to walk out, but they're suffering from extreme lead poisoning. And somebody had tuberculosis when they left England, so that too, they're just 100% doomed. Now, that terror miniseries, I want to say, is pretty good. It unravels towards the end, but if you like Indian, like Native American, First Nations, Inuit type of tales, there's a plot twist regarding that, and they actually have a Indian legend monster running around that that miniseries. I mean, it's good for this time of year. Going back to Vanessa says there's a Korean Frankenstein musical. No way. There, Korean Frankenstein in musical. Really? Really? 3 words I wouldn't have ever assembled in my wildest imagination before. Okay. There's a Korean Frankenstein musical where the character Henry becomes a monster because he's executed for helping Victor grave rob for his experiments. That sounds awesome. Desiree says Edgar Allan Poe's death, one cited reason was brain congestion. Certainly could happen from rabies, but also from alcohol poisoning and encephalopathy. Well, yes, the main reason I defend Poe and don't believe the alcoholism narrative is that was the biggest way to slur somebody. And his literary detractors hated his guts. Poe was a literary critic, and he let fly. He would write for newspapers and say, this new literature came out and it's great, and this one is trash. And so whenever he said was trash, that those authors were pissed and had it in for him. So they jumped on the alcoholism bandwagon. It's a great way to smear somebody. Saying somebody died of alcoholism back then, it's like saying somebody was a meth head today. There was a temperance movement where they really wanted to make alcohol illegal. It was just such a pervasive, addicting drug, ruining most of the Indian nations and plenty of lives of white people too. People of all races, honestly. So alcoholism was super bad, super looked down upon. And that's the best way to smear somebody. Now, he had kicked the habit, though. He had turned his life around. We know he was an addict for a long time. But he kicked the habit in an era before Alcoholics Anonymous, when it was pretty difficult to overcome that, when alcohol was everywhere, cheap and pervasive in society, and everybody did it. And in an era where outdoor travels chilled you to the bone and you kind of needed a little something to kind of stay warm. So that's what I find the most sad. The other theory is he may have been poisoned by copper. Certainly his brain could have been affected. The absinthe was a hallucinogenic drug, a drink, with wormwood being one of the hallucinogenic agents. It dates back to ancient times, Bronze Age. The ancient Greeks may have been so philosophically minded because they tripped out. Absinthe makes you question reality. It's powerful hallucinogen if brewed right. It's also called the Green Fairy. It's in the Moulin Rouge where they all trip out like on a somewhat acid trip, like hallucinate. The drink was bright green. Not in the bottle. It had sort of a green tint, but when you poured it, it was, I believe, a wine. Yeah, the green wine. You were supposed to pour it over a sugar cube on a spoon, and a bright neon green color was supposed to happen as it went to your martini glass. And that wasn't just alcohol, man. That was a trip, a real trip if you got the good stuff. However, in an age before Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau and policing and FDA and policing what goes into anything, in order to achieve that bright green color, instead of using more of the expensive ingredients, like the herbs, well, a lot of companies cheated and they produced toxic green color due to copper. Copper is, oxidizes green, like Statue of Liberty is green now. So they take copper oxide and just dump it into their product, and that's a heavy metal, so it's toxic heavy metal poisoning. Desi says, I've had absinthe, but I didn't feel anything. Well, in the United States, it's illegal to do the old recipes. Still. Or quasi-legal, I should say. Now, England never banned it. It just went out of favor because so many people began dying of the copper poisoning that people were too afraid to drink it, and it just went extinct as a phenomenon in Western European culture. It's a lot like somebody wanting to go get some opiate right now, but being terrified of fentanyl. It's just everywhere. You don't know what you're getting. You could just dull your pain, or you could slump over and die. Who knows? So, odds are you haven't had an old recipe that would trip you out. But the ancient Greeks brewed some serious stuff as part of their worship of the Dionysus cult. Everybody thinks Dionysus was all about wine. No, green wine. Green wine. Dionysus was kind of a god that was a gatekeeper to mysteries of the universe. And the Greeks began to question the nature of reality because they were tripped that hard on the green wine. Interestingly enough, Hannibal and his war elephants, he sometimes had to get them drunk in order to make them fight pre-battle, like fight the Romans. And so he gave them green wine. So essentially, Hannibal Barca gave hallucinogenic drugs to his war elephants, and they were tripping balls when they were squishing Romans. You can't make this up. Desi says the one I had was from Spain. Well, it's if you had the real stuff, you would know it. Today, wormwood as a minor ingredient is a thing. There are also many modern producers of it, unless you get homemade stuff, are very worried about actually poisoning people. I believe there's a toxic threshold for wormwood. Oh, also, here's a spooky fact. Chernobyl. That means wormwood. And I believe Ukrainian. And in the Bible, in, the apocalyptic revelations, wormwood is mentioned a bunch of times as a place. And so when the Chernobyl disaster happened, a lot of people thought, end times. It's a bit spooky. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bright neon green. If you like Victorian stuff, Nine Inch Nails did a song called The Perfect Drug, and he went totally Edgar Allan Poe with the theme of his music video. It's an incredible music video called The Perfect Drug, and Trent Reznor does Absinthe and Venus Trip Out. But he's basically like Edgar Allan Poe in the music video. I'd play it for you right now if I could, but it's the copyright thing. You know, I'd get the copyright claim and blah blah blah. Yeah. I want to have a stream one night where we just watch my favorite stuff, and it'll be like a one-time thing because it'll have so many copyright claims. It'll just be taken down. There will be no way I can edit it. But for the moment, for at least the time when you watch it live, we'll just watch my favorite Victorian Gothic music videos and such. Oh yeah, it's incredible. It has incredible percussion. They have, I believe, they show it in the music video, strummed violins to make some of the creepy, super creepy, eerie music. Strumming violins, like plucking them actually. That's unusual in modern music making, especially rock and roll. I've never tried absinthe. Not somebody really into drugs. I am absinthe curious though. England never banned it, so I went around to England and London at bars trying to get it. I also hate alcohol as a thing. Like, I just wish I could wave a magic wand and it didn't exist. People have the right to do what they want to their bodies and ingest what they want. I just want no part of it. But just, I'm absinthe curious about its, ancient Greeks, how much it's influenced modern Western thought, Stoicism, philosophy. It makes me very curious about it. But I'm hoping they could make some sort of a non-alcoholic version of it, but I don't know. That's possible. I might like the song Vanessa says "Natural" by Imagine Dragons if I haven't seen it, because it's very spooky and vintage and vibey. Cool. Let's explore that one night. Okay, friends, I think I've had enough food. Let me just finish the breadstick, and I'll move this out of the way. We will start the murders in the Rue Morgue. I'm so sorry it's 8:40, about an hour later, but like I said, I had problems getting the food here on time. C-Pro being a saint, going out and fetching it for us. Yeah, I am a Victorian Gothic at heart. I don't dress the part. I don't run around with corsets and lace, and I find that very uncomfortable attire. But I have dressed up as a vampire for many different Halloween occasions and gotten a lot of great feedback about my costume and how spooky, unnatural, spooky and it is, and it comes naturally to me to kind of act the part. So I actually have done a full Lon Chaney style makeup for a Halloween party once. I will never do it. I'll never do it again. It took me 6.5 hours to apply the makeup to my face. I wasn't even done. Every single layer of hair. I think I got mostly through mutton chops, and there wasn't much more I could take. Every layer of hair and the glue and holding it until it dries and inhaling the fumes. I now have so much more respect for the suffering of any actor who goes through the full werewolf makeup every day for every film shoot. There's a reason why werewolf movies are pretty rare. I was really enthusiastic about the latest one, the one that had, was it the Hugh Jackman? Not Hugh Jackman. Benicio del Toro was the Wolfman, wasn't he? Kind of sucked. It kind of sucked, which is sad, but they did some crazy good makeup. But yeah, by the time I was done with the werewolf makeup too, nobody could tell I was female. Because because I did look like Lon Chaney Jr. And I had I had huge teeth in my mouth, prosthetic teeth, the lower fang jaw stuff, and I could barely speak. And so, whatever werewolf movie happens, the actors have to pretty much not speak. I think the best one of recent times was Hugh Jackman. I think became a werewolf in Van Helsing. That was good. Good transformation. But what are your guys' favorite horror movies? I like American Werewolf in London. Like I said, the Wolfman stuff, classic stuff, like Invisible Man. My dad always recorded those on the VCR when I was a kid, when like American classic movies was playing those. The I'm not into like Halloween or slasher flicks. I don't like that. I like spooky monster tales. You know, spins on classics like Erebus and the Terror thing. What are your guys' favorites? My favorite movie of all time is Ghost Ship. That was an early 2000s movie, I think. Julianne Margulies from ER stars in it. She was the pretty nurse in ER with George Clooney. I think that's one of the most perfect movies. It's just incredible. Now, excuse me, friends, I'm going to put away. Actually, I don't know. I can put away the food. It's not quite cold enough. Oh, darn. This means I'll have to interrupt the story, perhaps, to put away the food later, but I hope you forgive me. Let me mute one moment. Okay, friends, just wash my hands here, the pizza grease. So, in about an hour, that might be a good time to take a bathroom break anyway. I'll have to put away the pizza in the fridge. So let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and we will begin the story, The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Okay, friends, coming back to the room. I'm gonna take an oil of oregano pill here to help with digestion. I'm trying to make my stomach healthy. Get one of these. And I have a lavender oil pill that is also antimicrobial. Now, friends, I'm going to try to get the fireplace going for other tales throughout the winter. It's actually cold enough. It's cold enough for a fireplace. It really is. It was 31 degrees the other day. I need to go out and get some kindling and gather some firewood of my own. Now, let's make a timestamp here for when we start. When did we start Egg Roll and Pup? Because I don't want people to have to kind of manually seek and go, when did she actually start? Here we go. So, the timestamp of us, Depot night, let's get it in out. It is October 29th, getting close to the Feast of Samhain, 2023. It's the Poe reading. And at about 1 hour, 5, read Murders in the Rue Morgue. I don't have a lot of East Coasters, so I hope none of them are like struggling to stay awake right now, saying, "Oh, she needed to have started early." Hey, Cognito, how are you doing? Your favorite movie, A Very Long Engagement, French tragic romance that leaves you crying your eyes out at the end, but it ends well. I'll have to put that on my list. Hey, Mash River. I sort of remember old black and white Sleepy Hollow, garlic over the door, it was scary. Yeah, the Disney version is a bit tame compared to the actual version by Washington Irving. It was damn good. The Astoria book is this thick. I read it cover to cover. Like, it's the full, complete tales, best as it could have been told, of the tragedy of the founding of Astoria. People have no idea how badly that went wrong. But like I said, I'll read you. I can't read you the entirety of Astoria, but the individual fur traders who wrote journals and memoirs about it, I can read you a few of those. Alexander Ross, I think, is the best. Let me take my lavender pill here. Now, I haven't read Murders in the Rue Morgue since like I was 7th grade or so. Let me arrange my windows so I can see chat. Somebody says Poe's Marie Roget is an actual murder that took place in New York City in the 1840s. They moved to Paris. The body actually came ashore at Sybil's cave in Hoboken, or what is that? Hoboken, New Jersey? Dude. Yeah, there were a couple of New York murderers that put Jack the Ripper to shame. Let me cough 1 second. Yeah, Astoria, Oregon started out. It's the oldest American settlement because it was just a fur trade fort, not a town at the time, west of the Rocky Mountains. I mean, I can't say white man's settlement because that honor goes to all the Spanish missions. But remember, Louisiana Purchase was late. It was like 1803. So there was no America west of the Mississippi at all. We were really west of in Indiana. So really, or thereabouts. I mean, the Pacific Northwest used to be Ohio. Not Pacific Northwest, the Northwest of the United States used to be considered Ohio. That's why today they call it the Pacific Northwest. So it was barely, pretty much unmapped, unspoiled and completely wild. And Lewis and Clark came back, and so it was a 2-year voyage, but John Jacob Astor sent his ship the Tonquin to found Astoria as a fur trade port and race the English there. So that America had a claim to the region in general at all, an eventual claim. I mean, nobody even thinking about putting states west of the Mississippi was a long way off. It was 1810, so it's the oldest settlement west of the Rocky Mountains. It was then abandoned. Later, the town went on top of where the fur trade fort was. It's a very long story, but the original buildings of the fur trade fort were moved to Vancouver, which is just north of Portland here, across the Columbia River. So those were the oldest American buildings west of the Rocky Mountains, period. And then after the 1860s, they decided to burn them to the ground. Because it's like, oh, these are old buildings. They're rotted and stuff. Oh, because it was a U.S. military base by that time. U.S. military suck. But there were some people who photo documented it, and now Fort Vancouver has recreated buildings. I will try to live stream a walkthrough for it. Okay, actually, I'm changing it to 109. Now, 110 is when we're actually going to start the story. I'm sorry, I'm a windbag. But you would not believe the crazy, horrible stuff that happened. The Tonquin ship dropped off. The people who began to build Fort Astoria, and it was supposed to rendezvous with meet Russian fur traders north of Vancouver Island and come back. And it never came back. They went to trade sea otter pelts with Indians on Fort Vancouver, and all hell broke loose. And it's an unbelievable tale. So, that will be a different night that I read Adventures of the First Oregon Settlers, one of the eyewitness accounts. Now this, like I said, this image here is from the Murders in the Rue Morgue, I think. But it's sort of like a blog about different pre-code Hollywood monster movies. Pre-code Hollywood means when Hollywood had no rules. So there was stuff like sex and blood and interracial kissing and all kinds of things going on that were not allowed later. This has not much to do with Murders in the Rue Morgue, but like I said, I don't think there's a scene of somebody sleeping and a monster approaches. I think the 2 female victims were awake. But, like I said, this is the world's first detective story. I have not read it since I was in 7th grade, so this will be a treat. We'll rediscover it. I'm skipping this overly wordy introduction. It's... We're just going to dive into this. Now, it takes place in Paris, and there's 2 detectives that respond to a extremely unusual circumstance. A crime scene unlike anybody's ever heard of. This is a fictional tale. Because, man, wow. But I think, as Smitty was remarking, and Poe did at some point, based on he did take inspiration from many actual murders. So I've never read anything that says how he was particularly inspired by this one, but you can tell he did his homework about how detectives do their thing in an era before fingerprints even. To solve a murder, it was a lot of eyewitness interviewing, and it was a lot of forensics, actually, and a lot of creative thinking, a lot of putting yourself in the murderer's shoes, and the process of elimination through alibis and like. So, Spruce Seal Organic Palm says, yeah, I feel very much part of an old Mexican El Norte living in Colorado and driving around Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. I love the book American Nations by Colin Woodward. And it's good to see everybody who's here. Cogito too. Alright. Yes, we are on Poe now. Now, I'm sorry, I have a little bit of tickle in the throat. I've tried to alleviate this. Let me get a bottle of water. I've taken Sudafed, I've taken Mucinex, but 'tis the season for allergies. A lot of mold out there right now. But, okay. Once the leaves fully fall and all that off the trees and get gathered up, there'll be a lot less mold around here. So like I said, this has one hell of a twist. Do not Google anything about it. Not all the covers of the stories give away the ending. So stupid. That should be banned. If I ever become Empress, I will ban that. Because first time I saw Planet of the Apes, I knew the ending because it was on the freaking cover of the VHS special edition. Thanks a lot. Statue of Liberty. Thanks a lot. I hear that when it first came out in the 60s, that it was quite a shocking ending. Okay. Edgar Allan Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue. The narrative which follows will appear to the reader somewhat in the light of a commentary upon the propositions I have just advanced, which means the overly wordy introduction. Residing in Paris during the spring and part of the summer of 18... insert the year, I there became acquainted with a Monsieur C. Augustin Dauphin. This young gentleman was an excellent, indeed, of an illustrious family, but by a variety of untoward events had been reduced to such poverty that the energy of his character succumbed beneath it, and he ceased to bestir himself in the world or to care for the retrieval of his fortunes. By courtesy of his creditors, there still remained in his possession a small remnant of his patrimony, and upon the income arising from this, he managed, by means of a rigorous economy, to procure the necessities of life, without troubling himself about its superfluities. Books, indeed, were his sole luxuries, and in Paris these are easily obtained. Our first meeting was in an obscure library in the Rue Montmartre. Rue means street, where the accident of our both being in search of the same very rare and very remarkable volume brought us to closer communion. We saw each other again and again. I was deeply interested in the little family history which he detailed to me with all that candor which a Frenchman indulges whenever mere self is his theme. I was astonished, too, at the vast extent of his reading, and above all, I felt my soul enkindled within me by the wild fervor, the vivid freshness of his imagination. Seeking in Paris the objects I then sought, I felt the society of such a man would be to me a treasure beyond price. And this feeling I frankly confided to him. It was, at length, arranged that we should live together during my stay in the city, and as my worldly circumstances were somewhat less embarrassed than his, I was permitted to be at the expense of renting and furnishing in a style which suited the rather fantastic gloom of our common temper. A time-eaten and grotesque mansion, long deserted, though superstitious, into which we did not inquire, and tottering to its fall in a retired and desolate portion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Had the routine of our life at this place been known to the world, we should have been regarded as madmen. although perhaps as madmen of a harmless nature. Our seclusion was perfect. We admitted no visitors. Indeed, the locality of our retirement had been carefully kept a secret from my own former associates. It had been many years since Dauphin had ceased to know, or be known, in Paris. We existed within ourselves, alone. It was a freak of fancy in my friend, or what else shall I call it, to be enamored of the night for her own sake, and into this bizarrerie, as into all others I quietly fell, giving myself up to his wild whims with a perfect abandon. The sable divinity would not herself dwell with us always, but we could counterfeit her presence. At the first dawn of the morning, we closed all the messy shutters of our building, lighting a couple of tapers which, strongly perfumed, threw out the ghastliest and feeblest of rays. By the aid of these, we then busied our souls in dreams, reading, writing, or conversing, until warned by the clock of the advent of the true darkness. Then we sallied forth into the streets, arm in arm, seeking amid the wild lights and shadows of the populous city the infinity of mental excitement which quiet observation can afford. At such times I could not help remarking and admiring, although from his rich ideality I had been prepared to expect it, a peculiar analytical ability in Dauphin. He seemed, too, to take an eager delight in its exercise, if not exactly its display, and did not hesitate to confess the pleasure thus derived. He boasted to me with a low, chuckling laugh that most men, in respect to himself, wore windows in their bosoms, as was wont to follow up such assertions by direct and very startling proofs of his intimate knowledge of my own. His manner, at these moments, was frigid, abstract. His eyes were vacant in expression, while his voice, usually a rich tenor, rose into a treble which would have sounded petulant but for the deliberateness and entire distinctness of his enunciation. Observing him in these moods, I often dwelt meditatively upon the old philosophy of the bipart soul, and amused myself with the fancy of a double Dauphin, the creative and the resolvent. Let it not be supposed, from what I've just said, that I am detailing any mystery or penning any romance. What I've described in The Frenchman was merely the result of an excited, or perhaps a diseased, intelligence. But of the character of his remarks at the periods in question, an example will best convey this idea. We were strolling one night down a long, dirty street in the vicinity of the Palais Road. Being both apparently occupied with thought, neither of us had spoken a syllable for 15 minutes at least. All at once, Dauphin broke forth with these words: "He is a very little fellow, that's true, and would do better for the theatre de variety." "There can be no doubt of that," I replied unwittingly, and not at first observing, so much had I been absorbed in reflection, the extraordinary manner in which the speaker had chimed in with my meditation. In an instant afterward I recalled myself, my astonishment profound. "Dauphin?" I said gravely. "This is beyond my comprehension. I do not hesitate to say that I am amazed, and can scarcely credit my senses. How is it possible that you should know that I was thinking of—" Here I paused, to ascertain beyond a doubt whether he really knew what I was thinking. Of Shanti, he said. Why do you pause? You were remarking to yourself that his diminutive figure unfitted him for tragedy. This was precisely what had formed the subject of my reflection. Shanti was a quondam cobbler of Rue Saint-Denis, who, becoming stage mad, had attempted the role of Xerxes in Gevaudan tragedy, so-called, and had been notoriously pasquinated for his pains. Tell me, for heaven's sake, I exclaimed, the method, if method there is, by which you have been able to fathom my soul in this matter. In fact, I was even more startled than I would have been willing to express. It was the fruitier, replied my friend, who brought you to the conclusion that the mender of soles, meaning the soles of shoes, the cobbler, was not sufficient height for Xerxes. The fruit seller? You astonish me. I know no fruitier whomsoever. The man who ran up against you as we entered the street. It may have been 15 minutes ago. I now remembered that, in fact, a fruitier carrying upon his head a large basket of apples had nearly thrown me down, and by accident, as we passed from the Rue C into the thoroughfare which we now stood. But what had this to do with Shanti? I could not possibly understand. There was not a particle of charlatanry about Dauphine, as in being a charlatan. I will explain, he said, and that you may comprehend all clearly, we will first retrace the course of your meditation, from the moment in which I spoke to you until that of the encounter with the fruitier in question. The larger links of that chain ran thus: Shanti, Orion, Dr. Nichols, Epicurus, stereotomy, the street stones, the fruitier. There are few persons who have not, at some period in their lives, amused themselves by retracing the steps by which particular conclusions of their own minds may have attained. The occupation is full of interest, and he who attempts it for the first time is astonished to the apparent illimitable distance and coherence between the starting point and the goal, meaning when you first began thinking of something and where you ended up later. What, then, must have been my amazement when I heard the Frenchman speak what he had just spoken, and when I could not help acknowledging that, well, he spoke truth. He continued. We had been talking of horses, if I remember all right, just before leaving the Rue C. Avenue C. This was the last subject we discussed, and as we crossed into the street, a fruitier with a large basket upon his head quickly brushed past us, thrust you upon a pile of paving stones collecting at a spot where the causeway is undergoing repair. You stepped upon one of these loose fragments, you slipped, you slightly strained your ankle, appearing vexed, sulky, muttered a few words. You turned to look at the pile, and then you proceeded in silence. I was not particularly attentive to what you did, but observation has become with me of late a species of necessity. You kept your eyes on the ground, glancing with a petulant expression at the holes and the ruts in the pavement, so that I saw you were still thinking of those stones, until we reached the little alley called Lamartine, which has been paved, by way of experiment, with the overlapping and riveting of blocks. Here your countenance brightened up, and perceiving your lips move, I could no doubt that you murmured the word stereotomy, a term very affectionately applied to the species of this pavement. I knew that you could not say to yourself stereotomy without being brought back to think of atomies and thus of the theories of Epicurus. And since, when we discussed this subject not too long ago, I mentioned to you how singularly yet how little noticed the vague guesses of the noble Greek had met with confirmation into nebular causes homogeny. I felt that you could not avoid casting your eyes upward to the great nebula in Orion, and I certainly expected that you would. You did look up, and I was now assured that I had correctly followed your steps, meaning the steps in his mind, thought process. But in that bitter tirade upon Shanti, which appeared in yesterday's Musée, which is a magazine, the satirist, making some disgraceful allusions to the cobbler's change of name upon assuming the Biscayan, quoted a Latin line about which we have often conversed. I mean the line perditi antiquum litera sonum. Excuse my butchering of Latin. I had told you that this was in reference to Orion, formerly written Urian, and from certain pugnancies, pungencies, whatever that word is, connected with this explanation, I was aware that you could not have forgotten it. It was clear, therefore, that you should not fail to combine the two ideas, Orion, Shanti. That you did combine them, I saw by the character of the smile which passed over your lips. You thought of the poor cobbler's immolation. I hope that he means being torn apart in the press and not actually on fire. Apparently you did a terrible acting job. So far you have been stooping in your gait, but now I see you draw yourself up to your full height. I was then sure that you had reflected upon the diminutive figure of Shanti. At this point, I interrupted your meditations to remark that it is, in fact, he is a small fellow, that Shanti. He would do better at a theater de variety, meaning that actor is so small and tiny and bad at his job that he should leave the basically the equivalent of Broadway and go back to like the theater that has jugglers and burlesque shows. In summary of what I just wrote, what I just read here, Poe had just written that there is something much more to this man Dalpine, who he had become roommates with in Paris. He's so good at observation that he could practically read someone's mind. That when somebody is not nearly knocked over in the street by a person carrying a fruit basket, knocked into a pile of cobblestones, curses at the cobblestones, mutters one single word, which is, I hate the way this street is paved, and glances over at a cobbler, and then his thought trains over to the fact that a guy in a play was formerly a cobbler. He's way too small of a person for the role and not good enough for the role, that he should go back to doing lower class stage theater. That he basically read his mind accurately of his friend by just looking at him and hearing him mutter one word, and noticing that he looked up at the sky at the constellation of Orion, and knowing that the constellation of Orion was one of the articles in a magazine they had at their house, and the magazine also was talking about the play. Because he looked up at the constellation of Orion, he knew he was thinking of the rest of the magazine's contents. And so he finished the sentence of Poe, or whatever the narrator is of this story, finished Poe's sentence when he was composing a sentence in his mind. That's pretty good. That's being a pretty good detective. So, not long after this, we were looking over at an evening edition of the Gazette, the Tribune, when the following paragraphs arrested our attention. Extraordinary Murders was the headline. This morning, About 3 o'clock, the inhabitants of the quarter St. Roch were aroused from sleep by a succession of terrific shrieks, issuing apparently from the fourth story of a house in the Rue Morgue. Rue being street, so the street called a morgue, known to be the sole occupancy of one Madame l'Espagne and her daughter, Mademoiselle Camille l'Espagne. After some delay, occasioned by a fruitless attempt to procure admission in the usual manner, the gateway was broken in with a crowbar, and 8 or 10 of the neighbors entered, accompanied by 2 gendarmes. I have no idea what a gendarme is. Let's look it up. Gendarme. Armed police officer in France. Great. 2 cops. By this time, the cries had ceased. But as the party rushed up the first flight of stairs, 2 or more rough voices, angry contention, were distinguished, and seemed to proceed from the upper part of the house. As the second landing was reached, these sounds also had ceased, and everything remained perfectly quiet. The party spread themselves and hurried from room to room. Upon arriving at a large back chamber on the 4th story, the door of which being found locked, with the key inside, was forced open. A spectacle presented itself, which struck everyone present not less with horror as with astonishment. The apartment was in the wildest disorder, the furniture broken and thrown about in all directions. There was only one bedstead, and from this the bed had been removed and thrown in the middle of the floor. On a chair lay a razor, meaning a straight razor, straight shaving razor, besmeared with blood. On the hearth, there were 2 or 3 long and thick tresses of gray human hair, also dabbed in blood, and seeming to have been pulled out by the roots. Upon the floor were found 4 Napoleons, an earring of topaz, 3 large silver spoons, 3 smaller of metal d'Alger, and 2 bags containing nearly 4,000 francs in gold. These are riches. The drawers of the bureau, which stood in one corner, were open, and had been apparently rifled through, although many articles still remained in the drawers. A small iron safe was discovered under the bed, not the bedstead. It was open, with the key still in the door. It had no contents beyond a few old letters and other papers of little consequence. Of Madame l'Espagne, no traces here were seen, but an unusual quantity of soot being observed in the fireplace. A search was made into the chimney, and horrible to relate, the corpse of the daughter, head down, was dragged therefrom, it having been thus forced up the narrow aperture for a considerable distance. The body was quite warm. Upon examining it, many excoriations, were perceived, no doubt occasioned by the violence with which it had been thrust up and disengaged, meaning the body was messed up like road rash from being shoved up a chimney and pulled out of a chimney. So you could imagine the skin being either sanded in appearance or perhaps sloughing off. Upon the face were many severe scratches, and upon the throat dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails, as if the deceased had been throttled to death. After a thorough investigation of every portion of the house, without further discovery, the party made its way into a small paved yard in the rear of the building, where lay the corpse of the old lady, with her throat so entirely cut that, upon an attempt to raise her, the head fell off. The body, as well as the head, was fearfully mutilated, the former so much as to scarcely retain any semblance of humanity. To this horrible mystery there is not as yet, we believe, the slightest clue. So yeah, to recap, shrieks are heard from a mansion, so loud that neighbors call the cops, start trying to break down the front door themselves, finally do, rush up to the 4th floor where they could still hear some of the shrieking, which just abruptly stopped. And then an angry set of voices, unintelligible, low, angry voice, or two. They say two. They burst into this bedroom, and because this is a fireplace in a bedroom, it may be a coal-burning fireplace, meaning it has a very, very, very small chimney. We're talking about an opening the size of a microwave, perhaps, or narrower. The room had been ransacked, but riches were left in the middle of it, even though it looked like somebody had been digging around, probably for valuables. A safe had been opened, and there was just old letters in it, though. About a sack of gold on the floor. Bloody straight razor on a chair. And the body of a young woman shoved up a chimney with such force that you could scarcely believe that it not only went into the chimney, probably a little bit narrower than a human being could really fit. Not only was the body in the chimney, but shoved up high into it. And big fistfuls of an old lady's hair were on the hearth, torn out by the roots. The body of the old lady had been taken somehow out to the backyard, mutilated to the point where it didn't look human, and when they tried to pick her up, her head fell off. Her throat had been cut that deep. And by the way, the room and the front door were locked from the inside, with the keys still in. But the two cops and the neighbors had to forcefully break the door down, like kick it off the hinges or use an axe or something. So how the hell did anybody get in? Unless perhaps invited? The next day's paper had these additional particulars. The tragedy in the Rue Morgue. Many individuals have been examined in relation to this most extraordinary and frightful affair. The word affair has not yet in France the levity of import which conveys with us Americans to meaning serious affair. But nothing whatever has transpired to throw light upon this. We give below all the material testimony. Pauline Dubourg, laundress, deposes that she has known both the deceased for 3 years, having washed for them during that period. The old lady and her daughter seemed on good terms, very affectionate towards each other. They were excellent pay, could not speak in regard to their mode or means of living, believed that Madame L. told fortunes for a living, was reputed to have money put by, never met any persons in the house when she called for the clothes or when she took them home. She was sure they had no servants in employ. There appeared to be no furniture in any part of the building, except the fourth story. Pierre Moreau, tobacconist, meaning someone who sells tobacco, deposes that he has been in the habit of selling small quantities of tobacco and snuff to Madame L'Espagne for nearly 4 years. Was born in the neighborhood and has always resided here. The deceased and her daughter had occupied the house in which the corpses were found for more than 6 years. It was formerly occupied by a jeweler who underlet the upper rooms to various persons, meaning rented them out. The house was the property of the madam. She became dissatisfied with the abuse of the premises by her tenant and moved into it herself, refusing to rent any portion. The old lady was childish. Witnesses had seen the daughter some 5 or 6 times during 6 years. The two lived an exceedingly retired life. They were reputed to have money. Had heard it said amongst the neighbors that Madame L. told fortunes, but he didn't believe it. Had never seen any person enter the door, except the old lady and her daughter. A porter once or twice, a physician some 8 or 10 times. So yeah, she's supposed to be a fortune teller, but he'd never seen any clientele enter the premises. And they never left the premises. Reclusive. In 6 years, the daughter only went outside about 8 times that he had been aware of. Many other persons, neighbors, gave evidence to the same effect. No one was spoken of as frequenting the house. It was not known whether there were any living connections of Madame L. and her daughter, meaning living relatives or friends. Those in the rear were always closed. The shutters of the front windows were seldom open. Those in the rear always closed, with the exception of the large back room, 4th story. The house was a good house, not very old. Isidore Musset, armed police officer, deposes that he was called to the house about 3 o'clock in the morning and found some 20 or 30 persons at the gateway endeavoring to gain admittance, forcing it open at length with a bayonet, not a crowbar, as was reported prior. A bayonet meant he had a rifle, I guess. Had but little difficulty in getting it open on account of it being a double or folding gate and bolted neither at the top or the bottom. So he's saying that there was no deadbolt on the front door, which is like a big gate. So it wasn't that difficult to open. It was just a simple lock at the doorknob. So he had but little difficulty in getting it open. The shrieks were continued until the gate was forced, and then they suddenly ceased. They seemed to be screams of some person or persons in great agony. They were loud, drawn out, not short, not quick. Witnesses led the way upstairs. Excuse me, let me turn on my heater. It's chilly. It's chilly up. Witnesses led the way upstairs. Upon reaching the first landing, they heard 2 voices in loud and angry contention. The one a gruff voice, The other, much more shrill. A very, very strange voice. He could distinguish some words from the former, which was that of a Frenchman. He could distinguish, he was positive that it was not a woman's voice. He could distinguish the words sacre and diable. The shrill voice was that of a foreigner. Could not be sure whether or not it was the voice of a man or a woman. Could not make out what was being said, but believed the language to be Spanish. The state of the room and of the bodies was described by this witness as we described them yesterday. Henri Duval, a neighbor, by trade a silversmith, deposes that he was one of the party who first entered the house. Corroborates the testimony of the musée in general, the cop. As soon as they forced an entrance, they reclosed the door to keep the crowd, which collected very fast, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour. The shrill voice, the witness thinks, was that of an Italian. Was certain it was not French. Could not be sure that it was a man. It might have been a woman's voice. Was not acquainted with the Italian language, could not distinguish the words, but was convinced by the intonation that the speaker was an Italian. He knew Mademoiselle and her daughter, had conversed with both frequently, was sure that the shrill voice was not that of either deceased. Next witness. Odenheimer, a restaurateur. This witness volunteered his testimony, not speaking in French, through an interpreter. He's a native of Amsterdam. He was passing the house at the time of the shrieks. They lasted for several minutes, probably 10. They were long and loud, very awful and distressing. It was one of those who entered the building, corroborated the previous evidence in every respect but one, was sure that the shrill voice was that of a man, a Frenchman. Could not distinguish the words uttered. They were loud and quick, unequal, spoken apparently in fear as well as in anger. The voice was harsh, not so much shrill as harsh. Could not call it a shrill voice. The gruff voice said repeatedly, Sacre, diable, and once said, Mon Dieu. These are exclamations. Jules Mignal, banker of the firm Mignal et Fils, Rue de Lorraine, where he lived, is the elder Mignal. Madame Espana had some property, had opened an account with his banking house in the spring of this year, meaning 8 years previous. Made frequent deposits in small sums. Had checked for nothing until the 3rd day before her death, when she took out in person the sum of 4,000 francs. This sum was paid in gold, and the clerk went home with the money. Adolphe Lebon, clerk to Mignal et Fils, deposes that, one of the banker clerks, deposes that on the day in question about noon he accompanied Madame Espana to her residence with the 4,000 francs, put up in 2 bags, so 2 bags of gold. Upon the door being opened, Mademoiselle L, meaning the younger, appeared and took from his hands one of the bags, while the old lady relieved him of the other. He then bowed and departed. Did not see any person in the street at the time. It's a by street. It's very lonely. Next witness, William Berg, Taylor deposes that he was one of the party who entered the house. He's an Englishman, has lived in Paris 2 years, was one of the first to ascend the stairs, heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman, as everybody says. Could make out several words, but can't remember it all now. Heard distinctly "Sacre" and "Mon Dieu." There was a sound at the moment as if several persons were struggling. A scraping, a scuffling sound. The shrill voice was very loud, louder than the gruff one. Is sure that is not the voice of an Englishman. Appeared to be that of a German. May have been a woman's voice, but he does not understand German. 4 of the above-named witnesses being recalled, deposed that the door of the chamber in which was found the body of Mademoiselle L was locked on the inside when they reached it. Everything was perfectly silent. No groans, noises of any kind. Upon forcing the door, no person was seen. The windows, both of the front and the back room, were down and firmly fastened from the inside. A door between the 2 rooms was closed, but not locked. The door leading from the front room into the passage was locked, and the key was on the inside. A small room in the front of the house, on the 4th story, at the head of the passage was open, and the door being ajar. This room was crowded with old beds and boxes and so forth. These were carefully removed and searched. There was not an inch of any portion of the house which was not carefully searched. Sweeps were set up, chimney sweeps were sent up and down the chimneys. The house was a 4-story one, with garret. I don't know what that means. Let's look it up. What is a house garret? An inhabitable attic, a living space at the top of a house or larger residential building, traditionally small, dismal, and cramped, with sloped ceiling. All right. A trapdoor on the roof was nailed down very securely. Did not appear to have been opened for years. The time elapsing between hearing of the voices in contention and the breaking open of the room door was variously stated by the witnesses. Some made it as short as 3 minutes, some as long as 5. The door was opened with great difficulty, meaning the door to the bedroom where the murders happened. It may have taken 3 minutes, maybe 5, from the time getting from the 1st floor to the 4th and getting that door open. Alfonso Garcia, undertaker, deposes that he resides in the Rue Morgue. Maybe that's why it's called the Rue Morgue. It's the street with the undertaker on it. He is a native of Spain. Was one of the party who entered the house. He did not proceed up the stairs. He was nervous and was apprehensive of the consequences of agitation. So he's cowardly. He heard the voices in contention. The gruff voice was that of a Frenchman. Could not distinguish what was said. His real voice was that of an Englishman. He's sure of it. Does not understand English language, but judges by the intonation. Next witness. Alberto Montani, confectioner, meaning a cake maker, deposes that he was among the first to ascend the stairs. Heard the voices in question. The gruff voice, that of a Frenchman. Distinguished several words. The speaker appeared to be expostulating, meaning exclaiming. Could not make out the words of that shrill voice. Spoke quick and evenly. Thinks it's the voice of a Russian. Corroborates the general testimony. Is an Italian. Has never conversed with a native of Russia. Several witnesses recalled here testified that the chimneys of all the rooms in the 4th story were too narrow to admit the passage of a human being. How chilling. And a body gets shoved up a chimney too small for a body. By sweeps were meant cylindrical sweeping brushes, such as employed by those who clean chimneys. Oh dear. These brushes were passed up and down every flue of the house. There is no back passage by which anyone could have descended, while the party proceeded up the stairs. So there's no rear staircase. It's a fourth floor. There's no way to get off the fourth floor. You got to go to the front of the house, and that's where the witnesses were ascending. So how the hell the murderer got out of the house, or murderers, is mysterious. Could not have gone up any chimney for sure. The body of the mademoiselle, the younger one, was so firmly wedged in the chimney that it could not be gotten down until 4 or 5 of the party united their strength. Dear God. Next witness, Paul Dumas, physician, deposes that he was called to view the bodies about daybreak. They were both then lying on the sacking of the bedstead in the chamber where the mademoiselle was found. The corpse of the young lady was much bruised and sanded. The fact that it had been thrust up the chimney would sufficiently account for these appearances. The throat was greatly chafed. There were several deep scratches just below the chin, together with a series of livid spots which were evidently the impression of fingers. The face was fearfully discolored. The eyeballs protruded. The tongue had been partially bitten through. So she just about bit off her own tongue. A large bruise was discovered upon the pit of the stomach, produced apparently by the pressure of a knee. In the opinion of physician Dumas, the mademoiselle had been throttled to death by some person or persons unknown. The corpse of the mother was horribly mutilated. All the bones of the right leg and arm were more or less shattered. The left tibia, leg bone, much splintered, as well as all the ribs of the left side. The whole body dreadfully bruised and discolored. It was not possible to say how the injuries had been inflicted. A heavy club of wood, or a broad bar of iron? A chair? Any large, heavy, and obtuse weapon would have produced such results if wielded by the hands of a very powerful man. The head of the deceased, when seen by witnesses, was entirely separated from the body and was also greatly shattered. The throat had evidently been cut with some very sharp instrument, probably with a razor. Next witness, Alexander Etienne, the surgeon, was called with physician Dumas to view the bodies. He corroborated the testimony and the opinions of physician Dumas. Nothing farther of importance was elicited, although several other persons were examined. A murder so mysterious and so perplexing in all of its particulars was never before committed in Paris, if indeed a murder has been committed at all. The police are entirely at fault. An unusual occurrence in affairs of this nature. There is not, however, the shadow of a clue apparent. So remember, this is a magazine article, so they're blaming the police for incompetence because they have no clue what the hell and what happened. They have no theories. They have no they have no theories, let alone any suspects. The evening edition of the paper stated that the greatest excitement still continued in the quarter of St. Roch, that the premises in question had been carefully researched, a fresh examination of the witnesses instituted, but all to no purpose. A postscript, however, mentioned that Adolphe Lebon had been arrested and imprisoned, although nothing appeared to incriminate him beyond the facts already detailed. Let me go back and see which witness that was. Not the physician, not the surgeon. He was the banking clerk who took the 4,000 francs in two different separate bags of gold, 2,000 francs each, to the house the same day of the murders. So, yeah, I guess the police would think he'd be the prime suspect since he was the one who knew exactly where they lived and knew that they had 2 bags of gold in the house. All right, let's go back. So, Adolphe Lebon, banking clerk, had been arrested and imprisoned, although nothing appeared to incriminate him beyond the facts already detailed. Dauphin seemed singularly interested in the progress of this affair. At least so I judged from his manner, for he made no comments. It was only after the announcement that Lebon had been imprisoned that he asked me my opinion respecting the murders. I mean, they both read this article in silence until he goes, well, the clerk has been arrested. What do you think? I can merely agree with all in Paris in considering them an insoluble mystery. I saw no means by which it would be possible to trace the murderer. Let me turn off the heater. It's hot now. We must not judge of the means, said Dauphin. By this shell of an examination, the Parisian police, so much extolled for their acumen, are cunning, but no more. There's no method in their proceeding beyond the method of the moment. They make a vast parade of measures, but not unfrequently they are so ill adapted to the objects proposed as to put us in mind of Monsieur Jourdain's calling for the robe de chambre. I have no idea how to say these things in French. The results attained by them are not unfrequently surprising, but for the most part are brought about by simple vigilance and activity. When these qualities are unavailing, their schemes just fail. Meaning when regular, orderly police work fails to get the criminal, then they're done. That's where it ends. So they're nothing but ordinary cops. They don't really have Scotland Yard in their blood. They're not really detectives, they're cops. So it's unlikely they'll be able to solve this. Vidocq, for example, was a good guesser and a persevering man, but without educated thought, he makes errors continually by the very intensity of his own investigations. He impaired his vision by holding the object too close. He might see perhaps 1 or 2 points with unusual clarity, but in doing so, he necessarily lost sight of the matter as a whole. Thus there's such a thing as being too profound. Truth is not always in a well. In fact, as regards the more important knowledge, I do believe that truth, she is invariably superficial. Gag me with a spoon with this guy proclaiming that he knows about the truth philosophically, and that the cops all suck. This guy is wordy. The depth lies in the valleys. Truth. The depth lies in the valleys where we seek her, and not upon the mountain tops where she is found. The modes and sources of this kind of error are well typified in the contemplation of the heavenly bodies. Oh my God, I'm gonna be ill. To look at a star by glances, to view it in a sidelong way by turning towards its exterior portions of the retina, more susceptible of feeble impressions of light than the interior, is to behold the star distinctly, as to have the best appreciation of its luster, a luster which grows dim just in proportion as we turn our vision fully upon it. A greater number of rays actually fall upon the eye in the latter case, but in the former there is a more refined capacity for comprehension. I'm gonna be sick. By undue profundity we perplex and enfeeble the thought, and it is possible to even make Venus herself vanish from the firmament by a scrutiny too sustained, too concealed, or too direct. Alright, what this windbag is saying to our narrator here, who's possibly Poe himself. I don't know that we even know who the narrator is. He's just a guy living in Paris with a weirdo roommate who is a intellectual but also a windbag. What the windbag is saying is, if you look up at the sky and stare at a star, it gets more dim than if you were to look at the blackness next to it. By keeping it in your peripheral vision, you can see it more clearly. By remembering that the star is just one of many, you can properly observe it, its relation to others. So the windbag means that these cops will focus on one clue and then fail to take the others into consideration and piece it together. How do the clues relate to each other, not what does each one mean? Like, for example, there's a bloody straight razor and a decapitated woman, but did the straight razor decapitate the woman? And if so, how damn strong does the murderer have to be? Like a super bodybuilder weightlifter? Damn. As for these murders, let us enter into some examinations for ourselves before we make up an opinion respecting them. An inquiry will afford us amusement. And besides, the Bon once rendered me a service, for which I am not ungrateful, meaning I owe the guy arrested for the murders a favor. We will go and see the premises with our own eyes. I know the prefect of the police, and I shall have no difficulty in obtaining permission. So they're going to go to the crime scene. Let's go. And they're going to go talk to the guy arrested. The permission was obtained, and we proceeded at once to the Rue Morgue. Has nobody said anything in chat for ages? Yes. Are you still there, my friends? We have 9 viewers. We're on page 42. The permission was obtained, and we proceeded at once to the Rue Morgue. This is one of those miserable thoroughfares which intervene between the Rue Richelieu and the Rue Saint-Roch. There's a back alley. And Rue Morgue means the alley where the undertaker lives. So it's low rent, I'm sure. I mean, who wants the undertaker for your neighbor? Who wants to hear the clippity-clop of the carriages constantly coming and going, delivering bodies and coffins? Spooky. Opus Singer, hello. And bruh, hey, hello. Good. I had at least an audience of 12 now. It was late in the afternoon when we reached this area, the crime scene, as this quarter is at a great distance from that in which we resided. I guess they walked. Did they take carriage Uber? The house was readily found, for there were still many persons gazing up at the closed shutters with an objectless curiosity from the opposite side of the way. It was an ordinary Parisian house with a gateway, on one side of which was a glazed watch box. with a sliding panel in that window, indicating a concierge could have lived there. Like if it's like an old manor house, and if somebody rich resided in it, it's like kind of like a guardhouse with a sliding left, right, say the password thing. Before going in, we walked up the street, turned down an alley, and then again turning past into the rear of the building. Dauphin, meanwhile, examining the whole neighborhood, as well as the house, with a minuteness of attention for which I could see no possible object. Like, why is he looking at everything? Retracing our steps, we came again to the front of the dwelling, rang, and having shown our credentials. When they say ring, I bet there's actually a ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding, like a bell. And having shown our credentials, we were admitted by the agents in charge, meaning there's still police guarding the crime scene. We went up the stairs into the chamber where the body of the mademoiselle had been found. You know, the stuffed up corpse up the chimney. And where both the deceased still lay. What? The bodies were still there? Ew. The disorders of the room had, as usual, been suffered to exist. How much time had gone by? So I guess the murders happened at like 3 a.m. Press must have been there an hour later. They ran the story. I guess the newspapers would come out as people were like going to work at 7 a.m. So that they read the magazines and newspapers in the morning. And it took them most of the day to get there. Okay, maybe it's the same day. Because if it's the next day, ew, that's a long time to leave bodies there. Okay. We went up the stairs into the chamber where the body of the mademoiselle had been found, and where both the deceased still lay. The disorders of the room had, as usual, been suffered to exist, meaning they didn't touch it, they didn't move around much. I saw nothing beyond what had been stated in the Gazette. Dauphin scrutinized everything, not excepting the bodies of the victims. We, I guess, touched them and flipped them over and etc. We then went into the other rooms and into the yard, a armed cop accompanying us throughout. The examination occupied us until dark when we took our departure, so afternoon till the dark. On our way home, my companion stepped in for a moment at the office of one of the daily papers. Remember when there were daily papers? I have said that the whims of my friend were manifold and that Chalet Minagé. I have no idea how to pronounce French, sorry. For this phrase there is no English equivalent. It was his humor now to decline all conversation on the subject of the murder until about noon the next day. And then he asked me suddenly if I had observed anything peculiar at the scene of the atrocity. There's something in his manner of emphasizing the word peculiar, which caused me to shudder without knowing why. No, nothing peculiar, I said. Nothing more, at least, than we both saw stated in the paper. The Gazette, he replied, has not entered, I fear, into the usual horror of the thing, but dismissed the idle opinions of this print. It appears to me this mystery is considered insoluble, the very reason which should cause it to be regarded as easy of solution. I mean, the auteur, how do you say that, character of its features. The police are confounded by the seeming absence of a motive, not for the murder itself, but for the atrocity of the murder. I mean, yeah, there's money present, there's jewels on the floor and 2 bags of gold. But then why would you shove somebody up a chimney while they're still alive? Or perhaps still alive? You know, might decapitate somebody and drag them out into the backyard, yeah, having first crushed the entire left side of their body, as if with a giant chair or a blunt end of an axe, into breaking the bones into little pieces. The police are puzzled, too, by the seeming impossibility of reconciling the voices heard in contention with the facts that no one was discovered upstairs but the assassinated mademoiselle, and there were no means of egress within the notice of the party ascending, without the notice of the party ascending, meaning the only way out is through the front, and the neighbors were already going up the front stairs with the cop. So how did the old lady's body even get to the backyard? The wild disorder of the room, the corpse thrust with the head down, up the chimney, the frightful mutilation of the body of the old lady, these considerations with those just mentioned and the others which I need not mention, have sufficed to paralyze the powers by putting completely at fault the boasted acumen of the government agents. I mean, these police, well, they just cannot get what's going on. They have fallen into the gross but common error of confounding the usual with the abstruse. Oh man, this guy's wordiness. But it is by these deviations. I mean, I'm just going to say right now, no wonder he has no friends. Except for some American wandering around Paris who needs cheap accommodations. But it is by these deviations from the plane of the ordinary that the reason feels its way, if at all, in a search for the truth. In investigations such as we are now pursuing, it should not be so much asked what has occurred, as what has occurred that has never occurred before. The fact, the facility with which I shall arrive, or have arrived, at the solution of this mystery is in the direct ratio of its apparent insolubility in the eyes of the police. I stared at the speaker in mute astonishment. Yeah, I would too. Like, you say that in English, dude? You're saying you know something about it, you spit it out? I'm now awaiting, continued he, looking towards the door of our apartment. I'm now awaiting a person, although perhaps not the perpetrator of the butcheries, must have been in some measure implicated in their perpetration. Of the worst portion of the crimes committed, it is probable that he's innocent. I hope I'm right in this supposition. Well, yeah, he just invited the dude over. It better not be the guy who did the actual butchery part of the murder, but the accomplice. I mean, how would you feel? Like, you're renting a room with this guy. He goes, oh, I'm waiting for somebody to come over. He's probably a part of this murder, but I don't think he was the butcher. I think I'd be leaving town at this point. I'd be looking for a hotel stay. Air bed and breakfast. I hope that I'm right in this supposition, for upon it I build my expectation of reading the entire riddle. I look for the man here in this room every moment. It is true that he may not arrive, but the probability is that he will. Should he come, it will be necessary to detain him. Here are pistols. Actually, no, there's no... Wait a second, it's the 1800s? Click, click. Yeah, it'd be more like a flintlock. Click, click. And we both know how to use them when the occasion demands it. Yeah, at this point, I'd be like, bro, you're on your own. Just no. What? Seriously? I took the pistols, scarcely knowing what I did or believing what I heard, when Dupin went on, very much as if in soliloquy. I've already spoken of his abstract matter at such times. Thanks, Opus, for being here. Good night. My dear, glad that you came. I took the pistol, scarcely knowing what I did or believing what I heard, while the pawn went on, very much as if soliloquy, meaning he just casually hands him some guns and just doesn't even stop talking. I have already spoken of his abstract matter at such times. His discourse was addressed to me, but his voice, although by no means loud, had this intonation which is commonly employed in speaking to someone at a great distance. His eyes, vacant in expression, regarded only the wall. Yeah, he's a little touched in the head. Remember, he was talking about his brilliant but diseased mind? That the voices heard in contention, he said, by the party upon the stairs, were not the voices of the women, themselves the victims. That was fully proven by the evidence. This relieves us of all doubt upon the question whether the old lady could have first destroyed the daughter and then committed suicide. Whoa, there's a thought. I speak of this point chiefly for the sake of method. For the strength of the old lady would have been utterly unequal to the task of thrusting her daughter's corpse up the chimney as it was found, and the nature of the wounds upon her own person entirely preclude the idea of self-destruction. Right. I mean, she could have jumped out of a window from the 4th floor and crushed the left side of her body, but she can't decapitate herself. Murder, then, has been committed by some third party, and the voices of this third party were those heard in contention. Let me now advert, not to the whole testimony respecting these voices, but to what was peculiar in the testimony. Did you observe anything peculiar about it? At this point, you can tell this guy's personality type, that he's like bragging about how I noticed something peculiar, did you? Oh my God. Somebody prepare a pie to throw in this guy's face. I remarked that while all the witnesses agreed in supposing the gruff voice was a Frenchman, there was much disagreement in regarding to the shrill, or, as one individual said, a harsh voice. That is the evidence itself, said Dupin, but it was not the peculiarity of the evidence. You have observed nothing distinctive. Yet there was something to be observed. The witnesses, as you remark, agreed about the gruff voice. They were here unanimous, but in regard to the shrill, the peculiarity is not that they disagreed, but that while an Italian, an Englishman, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and a Frenchman attempted to describe it, each one spoke of it as that of a foreigner. Each is sure that it was not the voice of his own countrymen. Each likens it not to the voice of an individual of any nation with whose language he is conversant, but converse. The Frenchman supposes it a Spaniard, and might have distinguished some words had he been acquainted with Spanish. The Dutchman maintains it to have been that of a Frenchman. We find it stated that, not understanding French, this witness was examined through an interpreter. The Englishman thinks it's a German and does not understand German. The Spaniard is sure that it's an Englishman, but judges by the intonation altogether that he has no knowledge of English. Yeah, you already said that, bro. The Italian believes it's the voice of a Russian, but has never conversed with a native of Russia. A second Frenchman differs, moreover, with the first, and is positive the voice was that of an Italian, but not being cognizant of that tongue, is like the Spaniard, convinced by intonation, meaning the stress on the words, like a Sicilian would be like, you know, it's giving me agita. Now, how strangely unusual must that voice really have been, about which such testimony as this could have been elicited, in whose tones even denizens of 5 great divisions of Europe could recognize nothing familiar. You will say that it may have been the voice of an Asiatic or an African. Neither Asiatics nor Africans abound in Paris, but without denying the inference, I'll now merely call your attention to 3 points. The voice is turned by one witness, harsh rather than shrill. It is represented by 2 others to have been quick, unequal. No words, no sounds resembling words were distinguishable. I know not, continued Dupin, what impression I may have made so far upon your own understanding, but I do not hesitate to say that the legitimate deductions, even from this portion of the testimony, the portion regarding the gruff and shrill voices, are in themselves sufficient to engender a suspicion that should give direction to all further progress in the investigation of the mystery. I said legitimate deductions, but my meaning is not thus fully expressed. All right then, man, get to the point. I design to imply that the deductions are the sole proper ones, and that the suspicion arises inevitably from them as the single result. What the suspicion is, however, I will not say just yet. God damn it, bro. I merely wish you to bear in mind with myself it was sufficiently forcible to give a definite form, a certain tendency to my inquiries in the chamber. Let us now transport ourselves in fancy to this chamber. I mean, let's imagine we're there. What shall we first seek here? The means of egress, which means exit, employed by the murderers. It is not so much to say that neither of us believe in preternatural events means supernatural. Madame and Mademoiselle Espana were not destroyed by spirits. The doers of the deed were material and escaped materially. Well, then how? Fortunately, there is but one mode of reasoning upon that point, the mode that must lead us to a definite decision. Let us examine, each by each, the possible means of exit. It is clear that the assassins were in the room where Mademoiselle was found, or at least in the room adjoining, until that party had ascended the stairs. It is then only from these 2 apartments that we have to seek issues. The police have laid bare the floors, the ceilings, the masonry of the walls in every direction. No secret passages could have escaped their vigilance. But, not trusting to their eyes, I examined with my own. I bet you did, Mr. Smartypants. There were then no secret passages. Both doors leading from the rooms into the passage were securely locked, with the keys inside. Let us turn to the chimneys. These are ordinary width, for some 8 to 10 feet above the hearth. Will not admit, through their extent, the body of a large cat. Oh my God. So the young lady's body was shoved up into a chimney that even a large cat could not fit through. Ugh. No wonder it took 5 men to pull her out. The impossibility of egress by means already stated, thus being absolute, we are reduced to the windows. Though these are the front room, no one could have escaped without notice from the crowd of the street. The murderers must have passed then through those in the back. Now, brought to this conclusion in so unequivocal manner as we are, it is not our part, as reasoners, to reject it, on the account of apparent impossibility. It is only left for us to prove that these apparent impossibilities are in reality not, as such, they're not impossible. There are 2 windows in the chamber. One of them is unobscured by furniture, wholly visible. The lower portion of the other is hidden from view by the head of an unwieldy bed frame, which is thrust close up against it. So there's 2 windows. One of them free and clear. The other one, the bed frame, is in front at the time that they burst in. So The former was found securely fastened from within, so the window that was exposed and somebody could have come and gone from was locked from within. It resisted the utmost force of those who endeavored to raise it, meaning it stuck as well. A large gimlet hole had been pierced in its frame to the left, and a very stout nail was found fitted in there, nearly to the head. So a nail was driven in to the window frame, into the wall. Upon examining the other window, a similar nail was similarly fitted, and a vigorous attempt to raise the sash also failed. The police were now entirely satisfied that egress had not been in these two windows. Therefore, it was though a matter of supererogation. Oh, I hate this guy. To withdraw the nails and then open the windows. So you had to take those nails out to open the windows. That's what the police said. But my own examination was somewhat more particular, because you're so much better than the police. Yeah, we know that. You keep saying that. And was so for the reason I have just given. Because here it was, I knew that all apparent impossibilities must be proven to be not such in reality. What he means is that, look, unless these were ghosts that passed through the walls, no, they could not have gone out through the windows of the stairs in the front. You can't go out the chimney. The only other way to leave the room is through the windows, so they must have opened somehow. I proceeded to think thus. A posterior. I don't know what that means. The murderers did escape from one of these windows. This being so, they could have refastened the sashes from the inside, as they were found. The consideration which put a stop, through obviousness, to the scrutiny of the police. I mean, the police are too dumb to figure this out. That, obviously, the nails must somehow go back into place from the outside, too. If the sashes were fastened, they must then have had the power of fastening themselves. There was no escape from this conclusion. I stepped to the unobstructed casement. I withdrew that nail with some difficulty and attempted to raise the sash. It resisted all of my efforts. As I had anticipated, a concealed spring must, and I know now, exist. And this corroboration of my idea convinced me that my premises, at least, were correct. However mysterious still appeared the circumstances with these nails. A careful search soon brought to light the hidden spring. Aha! I pressed it, and satisfied with the discovery, forebode to upraise the sash. So it opened right up. There's a hidden spring. Wow. I now replaced the nail and regarded it attentively. A person passing out through this window might have reclosed it, and the spring would have caught. But that nail, it can't be replaced, not from the outside. This conclusion was plain, and again narrowed in the field of my investigations. The assassins must have escaped through the other window. Supposing, then, the springs upon each sash to be the same, as was probable, there must be found a difference between the nails, or at least the modes of their fixture. Getting upon the sacking of the bedstead, and he stood on it, I guess, I looked over the headboard minutely at the second window casement. Passing my hand down behind the board, I readily discovered and pressed the spring, which was, as I had supposed, identical in character with its neighbor. I now looked at the nail. It was just as stout as the other, and apparently fitted in the same manner, driven in nearly up to the head, so deep in through the window frame and into the wall. You will say that I was puzzled. If you think so, you must have misunderstood the nature of the inductions. Oh God, this guy is insufferable. He's like, you must think at this point that I was puzzled, but I wasn't. I was still so far ahead of everybody else. Blah. To use a sporting phrase, I had not at once been at fault. The scent had never for an instant been lost. Okay, you're a bloodhound. We get it. There was no flaw in any link of the chain. I had traced the secret to its ultimate result. And that result was the nail. It had, I say, in every respect, the appearance of its fellow in the other window. But this fact was an absolute nullity. Conclusive as it might seem to be, when compared with the consideration that here, at this point, terminated the clue. There must be something wrong, I said, about that nail. I touched it, and the head, with about 1/4 of an inch of the shank, came right off in my fingers. Whoa, it's broken. The rest of the shank was in the gimlet hole where it had been broken off. The fracture was an old one, for its edges were encrusted with rust, and had apparently been accomplished by the blow of a hammer, which had partially embedded in the top of the bottom sash, the head portion of the nail. I now carefully replaced this head portion in indentation whence I had taken it, and the resemblance to a perfect nail was complete. The fissure was invisible, meaning the dang nail was broken, but when he put it back like that, it was invisible. You couldn't tell by looking. Pressing the spring, I gently raised the sash a few inches. The head went up with it, remaining firm in its bed. So the head of the nail was in the windowsill, going up and down with the window. The body of the nail was stuck in the wall. It was broken, so it just went up, up, up and down. I closed the window, and the semblance of the whole nail again was perfect. So you tampered with evidence, dude, and you didn't even alert the cops? Awesome job. I think the cops should know about this, dude. The riddle so far was now unriddled. Gag again. The assassin had escaped through the window, which looked over the bed. Dropping off its own accord upon his exit, or perhaps purposely closed, it had become fastened by the spring, and it was the retention of the spring which had been mistaken by the police for the head of the nail. Further inquiry thus being considered unnecessary. So the thing is that the spring was sticky. It was pretty forceful. So if you climbed out of the window, the spring was always shoving the window down into the sill. You had to first, press on it in order to open the window. But if you were squeezing your body out of the window, as soon as your leg or foot was out, it would just slam shut, and that spring would engage, holding it really, really super tight to the windowsill. And the police had taken 2 and 3 people at a time trying to open the window, and it just wouldn't open. But they didn't realize they had to push a button. Hey, Abu, formerly known as Derek. Once again, sir, you should have informed the police of this. And then they could have been like, oh. Well, he didn't. Of course he didn't. The next question is that of the mode of descent. Remember, it's the 4th floor. Upon this point, I had been satisfied in my walk with you around the building. About 5.5 feet from the casement window in question, there runs a lightning rod. From this rod, it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the window itself, say nothing of even entering. So a lightning rod is a thing that protects a house from burning down if lightning strikes the roof. It is it's a rod. It's like rebar at various points of the roof, and then the very top of the roof edges. This bar will go, and then at some point goes down the sidewall to ground. So all the force of the lightning, instead of lighting the roof on fire, will go to ground by following a rod, just like a very long thing. And I don't know how thick they are. I would assume pretty dang small, though, like rebar sized, or maybe as thick as your wrist, but I wouldn't think much thicker than that. So it's not like people can climb that unless you're super parkour, right? Jackie Chan stuff. So the next question is that the mode of descent. Upon this point, I'd been satisfied with my walk with you around the building, about 5.5 feet from this window, meaning from the side. Like the lightning rod is 5.5 feet to the side of the window. Like, sure, maybe you could climb up the lightning rod, but then how do you lean over 5.5 feet to get to the window? That's quite a distance. That's longer than me laying down. I'm 5'3". You'd have to have some kind of superhuman parkour, like leaping to the side off the building. So let's see here, where was I? About 5.5 feet from the window in question, there runs a lightning rod, and from this rod, it would have been impossible for anyone to reach the window, let alone enter it. I observed, however, that the shutters of the fourth-story window were of a peculiar kind, called by Parisian carpenters Faraday, whatever, a kind rarely employed at the present day, but frequently seen upon very old mansions at Lyon and Bordeaux. They are in the form of an ordinary door, like a single, not folding door. That, except for the lower half, is latticed or worked in open trellis, thus affording an excellent hold for the hands. So the top part is solid, the bottom part is a lattice, like cross-hatched, like where flowers grow up the side of a building. So if the present instance, these shutters are fully 3.5 feet broad. When we saw them from the rear of the house, they were both about half open. That is to say, they stood off at right angles from the wall. It is probable that the police, as well as myself, examined the back of the building, but if so, in looking at these in the line of their breadth, they must have done, they did not perceive that this great breadth itself, or having failed to take it into consideration, meaning that if they had been fully extended, they would have bridged the gap between the lightning. Somebody could have leaned over a couple of feet and grabbed onto them and swung over to the window, hanging on. That would still take a lot of strength, acrobatic, parkour-esque stuff, and you'd have to pull yourself up by the window lattice, like climb up a window, holding onto the sill, on the shutters. So how would somebody get in this way if the spring is on the inside? I'm just thinking to myself, maybe the window was open at first. So he's saying that the police probably didn't take into account that if you open up these things the entire way, somebody could have climbed the lightning rod, just grabbed the shutter, and then swung over to the window by just pushing with their feet on the side of the building. So it was clear to me, however, that the shutter belonging to the window at the head of the bed would, if swung fully back to the wall, reach within 2 feet of that lightning rod. It was also evident that by exertion of a very unusual degree of activity and courage, an entrance in a window from the rod might have thus been effected. I mean, that'd be scary. I mean, that is 4 stories tall. That's like more than 3 very tall ladders on top of each other. That's jump out of it during a fire and break your legs. So, by reaching to a distance of 2.5 feet, we now suppose the shutter to be open wide. A robber might have taken a firm grasp upon the trellis work, letting go, then his hand upon the rod, placing his feet against the wall, springing boldly from it. He might have swung the shutter to close it. If we imagine the window open at this time, he might have swung himself inside, into the room. I wish you to bear especially in mind that I have spoken of a very unusual degree of activity as requisite to success in so hazardous and a difficult feat. It is my design to show you first that the thing might possibly have been accomplished. But secondly, and chiefly, I wish to impress upon you your understanding the very extraordinary, the almost preternatural character of the agility which could have accomplished it. Meaning it's humanly possible, but my God, you'd have to be a parkour expert or a circus acrobat. You will say, no doubt, using the language of the law, that to make out my case, I should rather undervalue than insist upon a full estimation of the activity required in this manner. This may be the practice in law, but is not the usage of reason. Oh God, gag me. My ultimate object is only the truth. Gag me again. My immediate purpose is to lead you to place in juxtaposition a very unusual activity of which I have just spoken, with a very peculiar, shrill or harsh, and unequal voice, about whose nationality no two persons could be found to agree, and in whose utterance no syllabification could be detected. All right, we understand that there's something connecting the two, but spit it out, mate. It's some sort of a foreign acrobat, or what? Aha, maybe. Circus in town? At these words, a vague and half-formed conception of the meaning of Dupin flitted over my mind. I seemed to be upon the verge of comprehension, without the power to comprehend. Men, at times, find themselves upon the brink of remembrance without being able to, in the end, remember. My friend went on with his discourse. You will see, he said, that I have shifted the question from the mode of egress to that of ingress. It was my design to convey the idea that both were efficated in the same manner at the same point, meaning whoever came in, whoever did this went in the window and out the window, acrobatically and extremely bravely, recklessly even. Let us now revert to the interior of the room. Let us survey the appearances here. The drawers in the bureau, which means the vanity desk, it is said had been rifled, although many articles of apparel still remained within. Oh, excuse me, more like a chest of drawers. The conclusion here is absurd. It is a mere guess, a very silly one, and no more. How are we to know that the articles found in the drawers were not all that these drawers had originally contained? So maybe somebody took stuff out anyway. How would we know? Madame Spagna and her daughter lived exceedingly retired life, saw no company, seldom went out, had little use for numerous changes of habitment, meaning clothing, habiliment, clothing. Those found, or at least as good quality as any likely to be possessed by the ladies. If a thief had taken any, why did he not take the best? Why did he not take all? In a word, why did he abandon 4,000 francs in gold to encumber himself with a bundle of linen? The gold was abandoned. Nearly the whole sum mentioned by Monsieur Mignaud, the banker, was discovered in the bags upon the floor. I wish you, therefore, to discard from your thoughts the blundering idea of motive engendered in the brains of the police by that portion of the evidence which speaks of money delivered at the door of the house. This is why, meaning they have the wrong guy locked up. The banker delivered the money. He knew about it, the banking clerk, but it's not even taken. And silks, furs, presumably they're talking about, might have been taken. Or some clothing might have been taken. So robbery is not the motive, not of money. Coincidence is 10 times as remarkable as this, like the delivery of the money and a murder committed within days upon a party receiving it, happen to all of us every day of our lives, without attracting even momentary notice. Coincidences in general are great stumbling blocks in the way of that class of thinkers. You have been educated to know nothing of the theory of probability, that theory to which the most glorious objects of human research are indebted for the most glorious of illustration. Oh God, this guy's going to make me ill. He's saying coincidence gets in the way of great thinkers' minds. Okay. In the present instance, had the gold been gone, the fact of its delivery 3 days prior would have formed something more than a coincidence. It would have been corroborative of this idea of motive. But, under the real circumstances of the case, if we are to suppose gold the motive of this outrage, we must also imagine the perpetrator so vacillating an idiot as to have abandoned his gold and his motive altogether. Vacillating. So, if money was the motive, then this person's an idiot. Why would he just suddenly decide to crush up the bones of an old lady and stick a young lady up a chimney instead of absconding with riches? Keeping now steadily in mind the points to which I have drawn your attention, that peculiar voice, the unusual agility, and that startling absence of motive, in a murder so singularly atrocious as this, let us glance at the butchery itself. Here is a woman, strangled to death by manual strength, thrust up a chimney, head downward. Ordinary assassins employ no such mode of murder as this. Least of all do they thus dispose of the murdered, in the manner of thrusting a corpse up the chimney, and you will admit that there was something excessively I have no idea. Weird. Something altogether irreconcilable with our common notions of human action. Even when we suppose the actors are the most depraved of men. Think too, how great must have been the strength which could have thrust the body up such an aperture, so forcibly that the united vigor of several persons was found barely sufficient to drag it down. Turn now to other indications of the employment of a vigor most marvelous. Meaning, this dude was strong. On the hearth were very thick tresses of gray human hair. Those have been torn out by the roots. You are aware of the great force necessary in tearing thus from the head even 20 or 30 hairs together. You saw the locks in question, as well as myself. Their roots, a hideous sight, were clotted with fragments of the flesh of the scalp. Sure tokens of the prodigious power which had been exerted in uprooting perhaps 500,000 hairs at a time. The throat of the old lady was not merely cut, but the head absolutely severed from the body. The instrument was a mere razor. I wish you also to look at the brutal ferocity of these deeds, of the bruises upon the body of Madame Espagne. I do not speak. Monsieur Dumas, the physician, and his worthy coadjutor, Monsieur Etienne, or whatever his name is, the surgeon, have pronounced that they were inflicted by some obtuse instrument, and so far these gentlemen are correct. The obtuse instrument was clearly the stone pavement in the yard, upon which the victim had fallen from the window, which looked in upon the bed. This idea, however simple it may now seem, escaped the police. For the same reason the breadth of the shutters escaped them, because, by the affair of the nails, their perceptions had been hermetically sealed against the possibility of the windows ever having been opened at all. So they could not conceive of the old lady falling out the window, or being shoved out the window, or thrown out the window, if they didn't think the window open. So they were probably just thinking that the murderers had been invited in, with no clue about how they left. If now, in addition to all those things, you have properly reflected upon the odd disorder of the chamber, we have gone so far as to combine the ideas of an agility astounding, a strength superhuman, a ferocity brutal, a butchery without motive, a grotesquerie in horror, absolutely alien from humanity, a voice foreign in tone to the ears of men of many nations, and devoid of all distinct or intelligible syllabification. What result, then, has ensued? What impression have I made upon your fancy? Okay, Mr. Wordy is now asking his roommate, Poe. So, what do you think happened now that I've told you everything you need to know? Are you smart enough to guess? I hate this man. I felt a creeping of the flesh as Dupin asked me this question. Excuse me, need water. A madman, I said, has done this deed. Some raving maniac escaped from the neighboring mansion, the sanitarium. Meaning a loony bin, as an escaped violent madman. In some respects, he replied, your idea is not irrelevant. Close but no cigar, you say, of course. The self-proclaimed genius. But the voices of madmen, even in their wildest paroxysms, are never found to tally with the peculiar voice heard upon the stairs. Madmen are of some nation, and their language, however incoherent, has always the coherence of syllabification. Perhaps the hair of a madman is not such as I now hold in my hand. I disentangled this little tuft from the rigidly clutched fingers of Madame Espana. Tell me what you can make of it. Oh my God, the guy just held out his fist and said that the victim was holding some hairs in her fist, and he took them home with him. Not only did he tamper with evidence and not tell the cops about the way the window opens, he opens up the fist of the victim and removes a bunch of hair and takes it home. Wow. This guy is very entitled. Dupin, I said, completely unnerved. This hair is most unusual. This is no human hair. I have not asserted that it is, he said. But, before we decide this point, I wish you to glance at the little sketch I have here traced upon this paper. It's a facsimile drawing of what has been described in one portion of the testimony as dark bruises and deep indentations of fingernails upon the throat of the mademoiselle, and in another, by the physician and the surgeon, as a series of livid spots, evidently the impressions of fingers. So he took a drawing of the finger marks on the throat of the younger lady. You will perceive, continued my friend, spreading out the paper upon the table before us, that this drawing gives the idea of a firm and fixed hold. There is no slipping apparent. Each finger has retained, possibly until the death of the victim, the fearful grasp by which it originally embedded itself. Attempt now to place all your fingers at the same time in respective impressions as you see them. I made the attempt in vain. Meaning he couldn't put all of his fingers on the impressions at once. They didn't reach. We are possibly not giving this matter a fair trial, he said. The paper is spread out upon a plain surface, but the human throat is cylindrical. Here's a billet of wood, meaning a little fireplace log, the circumference of which is about that of the human throat. Wrap the drawing around it, and try the experiment again. I did so, but the difficulty was even more obvious than before. This, I said, is the mark of no human hand. Ooh. Read now, replied Dupin, this passage from Cuvier. It was a minute, anatomical and generally descriptive, it was a minute and anatomically and generally descriptive account of the large fulvous orangutan of the East Indian Islands. The gigantic stature, the prodigious strength and activity, the wild ferocity, and the imitative propensities of this mammalia are sufficiently well known to all. I understood the full horrors of the murder at once. The description of the digits, said I, as I made an end of the reading, is in exact accordance with this drawing. I see that no animal but the orangutan of the species here mentioned could have impressed the indentations as you have traced them. This tuft of tawny hair, too, is identical in character to that of the beast of Cuvier. But I cannot possibly comprehend the particulars of this frightful mystery. Besides, there were two voices heard in contention. One was that unequivocally of a Frenchman. True. And you will remember an expression attributed almost unanimously by this evidence to this voice. The expression, Mon Dieu! This, under the circumstances, has been justly characterized by one of the witnesses, Montani, the confectioner, as an expression of expostulation, remonstrance, I have no idea. Upon these words, however, I have mainly built my hopes of a full solution of this riddle. A Frenchman was cognizant of this murder. It is possible, indeed far more than probable, that he was innocent of all participation in the bloody transactions which took place. The orangutan may have escaped from him. He may have traced it to the chamber, but under the agitating circumstances which ensued, he could never have recaptured it. It's still at large. I will not pursue these guesses, for I have no right to call them more, since the shade of reflection upon which they are based are scarcely of sufficient depth to be appreciable by my own intellect, and since I could not pretend to make them intelligible to the understanding of another. We will call them guesses, then, and speak of them as such. If the Frenchman in question is indeed, as I suppose, innocent of this atrocity, this advertisement which I left last night, upon a return home, at the office of the Le Monde, which is a paper devoted to shipping interests, much sought by sailors, he will bring him to our residence. He handed me a paper, and I read it as the caught in the Bois de Boulogne, or Bologna, early in the morning of the day of the murder, a very large tawny orangutan of the Borneo species. The owner, who is ascertained to be a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, may have the animal again upon identifying it satisfactorily. I mean, how many missing orangutans are there in Paris right now? And paying a few charges arising from its capture and its keeping. Call at number blank at Rue blank, Faubourg Saint-Germain, which is where they resided. How is it possible, I asked, that you should know the man to be a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel? I do not know it, said Dupin, but I'm sure of it. Here, however, is a small piece of ribbon, which from its form and greasy appearance has evidently been used in tying the hair, one of those long queues of which the sailors are so fond. Moreover, this knot is one which few besides sailors can tie. It is peculiar to the Maltese. You see how they grow on post at the stage for forensic detective novels such as which inspired Sherlock Holmes novels. I picked the ribbon up at the foot of that lightning rod. It could not have belonged to either of the deceased. Now, if after all I am wrong in my induction from this ribbon, that the Frenchman was a sailor belonging to a Maltese vessel, still I can have done no harm in saying what I did in the advertisement. If I am in error, he will merely suppose that I have been misled by some circumstance into which he will not take the trouble to inquire. But if I am right, a great point is gained. Cognizant, although innocent, of the murder, the Frenchman will naturally hesitate about replying to the advertisement, about demanding his orangutan back. He will reason thus: I am innocent, I am poor, my orangutan is of great value. To one in my circumstances a fortune itself. Why should I lose it through idle apprehensions of danger? Here it is, within my grasp. It was found in the Bois de Boulogne, a vast distance from the scene of the butchery. How can it ever be suspected that a brute beast should have done the deed? The police are at fault. They have failed to procure the slightest clue. Should they even trace the animal, it would be impossible to prove me cognizant of the murder, or to implicate me in guilt on account of that cognizance. Oh, buddy, you are wrong. You better report a murder that you witness, especially if your pet commits the murder. Above all, I am known. The advertiser designates me as the possessor of the beast. I am not sure to what limit his knowledge may extend. Should I avoid claiming a property of so great value, which is known that I possess, I will render the animal at least liable to suspicion. It is not my policy to attract attention to either myself or the beast. I will answer the advertisement, get the orangutan, and keep it close until this matter has blown over. At this moment, we heard a step upon the stair. Be ready, said Dupin, with your pistols, and neither use them nor show them until a signal from myself. The front door of the house had been left open, and the visitor had entered without ringing. I advanced several steps up the staircase. Now, however, he seemed to hesitate. Presently, we heard him descending. Dupin was moving quickly to the door, when we again heard him coming up, and he did not turn back a second time, but stepped up with decision and rapped at the door of our chamber. Come in, said Dupin in a cheerful and hearty tone. A man entered. He was a sailor, evidently, a tall, stout, and muscular-looking person, with a certain daredevil expression of countenance, although not altogether unprepossessing. His face, greatly sunburnt, was more than half hidden by whisker and mustache. He had with him a huge oaken cudgel, but appeared to be otherwise unarmed. Oh dear. A huge oaken cudgel, when the surgeon and the physician said that the old lady's wound were consistent with a big, blunt, forced trauma from a large, blunt instrument. He bowed awkwardly and bade us good evening in French accents, which, although somewhat now Neophytalish, I have no idea what that word is, were still sufficiently indicative of Parisian origin. Sit down, my friend, said Dupin. I suppose you've called about the orangutan. Upon my word, I almost envy you the possession of him. A remarkably fine and no doubt a very valuable animal. How old do you suppose him to be? The sailor drew a long breath, the air of a man relieved of some intolerable burden, and then he replied in an assured tone, I have no way of telling you, but he can't be more than 4 or 5 years old. Have you got him here? Oh, no. We had no conveniences for keeping him here. He is at a livery stable in Rue Morgue, just by. You can get him in the morning. Of course, you are prepared to identify the property? To be sure I am, sir. I shall be sorry to part with him, said Dupin. I didn't mean that you should be all this trouble for nothing, sir, said the man. Couldn't expect it. I'm very willing to pay a reward for the finding of the animal. That is to say, anything in reason. Well, replied my friend, that is all very fair, to be sure. Let me think. What should I have? Oh, I will tell you. My reward shall be this. You shall give me all the information in your power about these murders in the Rue Morgue. Dupin said the very last words in a very low tone, and very quietly. Just as quietly, too, he walked towards the door, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. He then drew a pistol from his bosom and placed it, without the least flurry, upon the table. The sailor's face flushed as if he were struggling with suffocation. He started to his feet. He grasped his cudgel. But the next moment he fell back into his seat, trembling violently, with the countenance of death itself, meaning his face went pale. He spoke not a word. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart. My friend, said Dupin in a kind tone, you are alarming yourself unnecessarily. You are indeed. We mean you no harm whatsoever. I pledge you the honor of a gentleman and of a Frenchman that we shall intend you no injury. I perfectly well know you are innocent of the atrocities of the Rue Morgue. I will not do, however, to deny that you are in some measure implicated in them. From what I have already said, you must know that I have had means of information about this matter, means of which you could have never dreamed. Now the thing stands thus. You have done nothing which you could have avoided, nothing certainly which renders you culpable. You are not even guilty of robbery, and you might have robbed with impunity. You have nothing to conceal. You have no reason for concealment. On the other hand, you are bound by every principle of honor to confess all you know. An innocent man is now imprisoned, charged with that crime, of which you could point out the perpetrator. The sailor had recovered his presence of mind in a great measure, while Dupin uttered these words, but his original boldness of bearing was all gone. So help me God, he said after a brief pause. I will tell you all I know of this affair, but I do not expect you to believe one half I say. I would be a fool indeed if I did. Still, I am innocent, and I will make a clean breast of, if I die for it. What he stated was, in substance, this. He had lately made a voyage to the Indian archipelago, a party of which he formed, landed at Borneo, and passed into the interior on an excursion of pleasure. Himself and a companion had captured the orangutan. This companion dying, the animal fell into his own exclusive possession. After great trouble, occasioned by the intractable ferocity of his captive during the home voyage, he at length succeeded in lodging it safely at his own residence in Paris, where, not to attract towards himself the unpleasant curiosity of his neighbors, he kept it carefully secluded. until such time as it should recover from a wound of the foot, received from a splinter on board the ship. His ultimate design? To sell it. Returning home from the sailor's frolic that night, or rather in the morning of the murder, he found the beast occupying his own bedroom, in which it had broken from the closet adjoining, where it had been, as was thought, securely confined. Razor in hand, and fully lathered, it was sitting before a looking-glass, attempting the operation of shaving, in which it had no doubt previously watched its master through the keyhole in the closet. Terrified at the sight of such a dangerous weapon in the possession of an animal so ferocious, and so well able to use it, the man, for some moments, was at a loss of what to do. He had been accustomed, however, to the quiet creature, even in its fiercest of moods, by the use of a whip, and to this he now resorted. Upon sight of it, the orangutan sprang at once through the door of the chamber, down the stairs, and thence to a window, unfortunately open, and into the street. The Frenchman followed in despair, the ape, razor still in hand, occasionally stopping to look back and gesticulate at its pursuer, until the latter had nearly come up with it. It then again made off. In this manner the chase continued for a long time. The streets were profoundly quiet, as it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. In passing down an alley in the rear of the Rue Morgue, the fugitive's attention was arrested by a light gleaming from the open window of Madame L'Espagne's chamber in the 4th story of her house. Rushing to the building, it perceived the lightning rod, clambered up with inconceivable agility, grasped the shutter, which it was thrown fully back against the wall, and by this means swung itself directly upon the headboard of the bed. The whole feat did not occupy a minute. The shutter was kicked open again by the orangutan as it entered the room. The sailor, in the meantime, was both rejoiced and perplexed. He had strong hopes of now recapturing the brute, as it could scarcely escape from the trap into which it had ventured, except by the rod, where it might be intercepted as it came down again. On the other hand, there was much cause for anxiety as to what it might do inside the house. This latter reflection urged the man still to follow the fugitive. A lightning rod is ascended without difficulty, especially by a sailor, but when he had arrived as high as the window, which lay far to his left, his career was stopped. The most that he could accomplish was to reach over as to obtain a glimpse of the interior of the room. At this glimpse, he nearly fell from his hold through excess of horror. Now it was that those hideous shrieks arose upon the night, which had startled from slumber the inmates of the Rue Morgue. Madame L'Espagne and her daughter, habited in their night clothes, had apparently been occupied in arranging some papers in the iron chest, already mentioned, which had been wheeled into the middle of the room. It was open. Its contents lay beside it on the floor. The safe. The victims must have been sitting with their backs toward the window, and from the time elapsing between the ingress of the beast and the screams, it seems probable that it was not immediately perceived. The flapping, too, of the shutter would naturally have been attributed to the wind. As the sailor looked in, the gigantic animal had seized Madame L'Espagne by the hair, which was loose as she had been combing it, and was flourishing the razor about her face in the imitation of the motions of a barber. The daughter lay prostrate and motionless. She had swooned. The screams and struggles of the old lady, during which the hair was torn from her head, had the effect of changing the probably pacific purposes of the orangutan into those of wrath. With one determined sweep of its muscular arm, it nearly severed her head from her body. The sight of blood inflamed its anger into a frenzy. Gnashing its teeth and flashing fire from its eyes, it flew upon the body of the girl and embedded its fearful talons into her throat, retaining its grasp until she expired. It wandered, and its wandering and wild glances fell at this moment upon the head of the bed, over which the face of its master, rigid with horror, was just discernible. The fury of the beast, who no doubt bore still in mind the dreaded whip, was instantly converted into fear. Conscious of having deserved punishment, it seemed desirous of concealing its bloody deeds. It skipped about the chamber in an agony of nervous agitation, throwing down and breaking the furniture as it moved, dragging the bed from the bedstead. In conclusion, it seized the corpse of the daughter and thrust it up the chimney, as it was found, and then that of the old lady, which it immediately hurled through the window headlong. As the ape approached the casement with its mutilated burden, the sailor shrank aghast to the rod, and rather gliding than clambering down, he hurried at once home, dreading the consequence of the butchery, gladly abandoning in his terror all solicitude about the fate of the orangutan. The words heard by the party upon the staircase were the Frenchman's exclamations of horror and affright, commingling with the fiendish gibberings of the brute. I have scarcely anything to add. The orangutan must have escaped from the chamber by the rod just before the breakdown of the door. It must have closed the window as it passed through it. It was subsequently caught by the owner himself, who obtained it for a very large sum at the Jardin des Plantes. Ledon was instantly released upon our narration of the circumstances, with some comments from Dupin at the bureau of the prefect of police, meaning the innocent bank clerk was released from custody. This functionary, however well disposed to my friend, could not altogether conceal his chagrin at the turn of which affairs had taken, was fain to indulge into a sarcasm or two about the propriety of every person minding his own damn business. "Let's talk to him," said Dupin, who had not thought it necessary to reply. "Let him discourse. It will ease his conscience. I am satisfied of having defeated him in his own castle. Nevertheless, that he failed in the solution of this mystery is by no means that matter for wonder which he supposes it. For in truth, our friend the prefect is somewhat too cunning to be profound. In his wisdom is no stamen. It has all head and no body, like the pictures of the goddess Laverna, or at best, all head and shoulders, like the codfish. But he is a good creature, after all. I like him especially for one masterstroke of cant, by which he has attained his reputation for ingenuity. I mean, the way he has, whatever that French expression, Rousseau, Heloise. So that is the murders in the Rue Morgue. What kind of crazy plot twist was that? That an orangutan did the murders, imitating the shaving of his master. Wow. I didn't read this first. There was this 1980s made-for-TV movie about it. Scared the pants off when I saw it as a kid on some rerun television show late night. And it's laughable if you watch it today, but it's still pretty good because it has this guy in an orangutan suit. It's just pretty hilarious. It shows who the culprit is at the very end, and there's a orangutan in a jail cell, but it's like really bad costume. It's kind of like the ape, the gorilla suits of the actual gorilla in like Return to the Planet of the Apes. You know, almost on the level with Mo, Larry, and Curly. Gorilla costume. Thanks, Mass River. I'm glad at least some of you are still awake. Yeah, I should have started this earlier. I don't remember it being this long. I first looked this up, and it just looked like a few sentences per page. And the other version I looked up had 66 pages. I'm so glad I skipped the intro. Probably should have skipped the stupid thing about the, Poe walking down the street and his friend about reading his mind. I don't remember from the reading of this just being so off-put by the roommate detective guy. I remember when I was reading this in like 7th grade, I thought they actually were detectives. But this is actually a story of essentially like a crowdsourcing a cold case sort of thing. It's not a cold case, but like what happens today, people reading social media, which is magazines, and then deciding to investigate for themselves and actually putting it together when the cops can't. It has some actual relevancy for even the 21st century. This stuff happens all the time. So, but man, Vanessa says, I'm listening all cozy in bed. What did you think about the plot twist? It's an orangutan. I mean, when I was a kid, I was trying to figure this out as the made-for-TV movie was going on. I was imagining like some huge guy, but it can't be a huge guy because they made a point of explaining that somebody who weighs too much is going to yank the lightning rod off the building. It's not affixed very carefully. There's a couple of rivets, but it's just a lightning rod. It's not supposed to support any weight. So it seemed more and more impossible as they kept examining the scene. Like, how could somebody of exceptionally small size, like a dwarf, somehow make a leap 5.5 feet from a lightning rod and somehow have superhuman strength and decapitate somebody with a straight razor and throw somebody headlong out of a window and squish a body up a chimney, a coal-fired small chimney that not even a cat could fill, a fat cat could get into. You keep thinking it's a person, but an ape fits the bill. It's also a bit, well, outdated, though, for this day and age, because everybody knows orangutans are really chill. Yeah, Vanessa says, I did not see that coming, and now I have a cat trying to sleep on my face. Of course, trying to sleep on your face. Mass River says, it's interesting, it's written so well. Yeah, I would republish this with a couple of word choices, changes, and I would actually cut out some of the redundancy. For this to be Poe, a literary master, he repeats himself a lot. When Dupin is explaining his thought process. Like, oh, it hinges on the guy's the secondary shrill voice. Okay, yeah, you said that about 10 different ways on the same page, sir. So I almost want to say Poe needed a little bit of a better editor. I'm also wanting backstory on who the hell is in Paris. Is it Poe himself? That's a bit mysterious. But I like that it is mysterious. But a little bit more information. And what is the backstory of Dupin? Was he a detective himself? He seems very comfortable with, not only knows the police, but he saunters around a murder scene and pries open the fist of the victim and probes the body. Got to get the word count up for the money, Vanessa says. Well, in the age when printing press was... That's hilarious, by the way. In the age when the printing press, like every page was expensive, paper making was by hand for the most part, and printing was, there's a printing press, but it's movable hand type. You would think that extremely short stories, those small enough to be in a magazine, would be more advantageous, that the more condensed the better. I have a book called The Screenwriter's Bible, and now I can show you pictures that I couldn't before because they give away everything. Look at this. This sort of doesn't give away. What that does, there's an orangutan strangling a woman. It's outdated, I would say, because everybody knows orangutans are so chill. back in the day, chimps were perceived as chill. Orangutans and gorillas were perceived as monstrous. In fact, gorillas are not even known to exist yet, actually. I just realized gorillas are thought to be mythical at this time because they live deep in the Congo. Yeah, when were gorillas officially announced? Like officially verified? When were gorillas discovered? 1847. So when was Murders in the Rue Morgue made? Murders in the Rue Morgue publishing date. We have not mapped all of Africa, friends. It's still the dark continent in the deep Congo. War prevents us from doing it now. 1841. So gorillas are not discovered yet. They're discovered in 1847. They are considered mythical, hairy wild men. The okapi is not discovered yet either. There are fantastical beasts that people, real true cryptids, which were considered mythical. So the okapi was first verified in 1901. So this giraffe-like, zebra-like, horse-like creature with knobs on its head is being described in the Congo as and considered a myth and a legend. The locals, of course, knowing it, but discovery is not, when we use the word discovery, we're not being rude to the locals. We're not. Discovery, it means scientific discovery, and that process means that you record evidence, you submit your evidence for peer review, and it has to be verified by other scientists. So locals don't do that, right? So the Vikings get to America first, but they don't do this process, so they did not discover America. First person to do this, the first person to submit it, is the discoverer. So that's going to be Christopher Columbus. Discovers the Americas. It is not being rude to Native Americans. I think what's rude is we don't give them enough credit for almost every single voyage of discovery and discoverer and adventurer uses Native Americans as guides. It doesn't even write down their names. Like, they should get credit. But the Vikings did not make maps the way that we know about today. It was more of an oral history type thing. So when we're talking about discovery, the discovery of species, first person to prove it. Like, even today, there's new species being discovered, new mammals and birds and stuff. You have to capture proof, and then it has to be verified. Like, if you have pictures of a new bird, you have to get a feather too for verification, and you have to submit all of your documentation for peer review. So with the discovery of the voyageurs, the discovering new continents and mapping and stuff, that's going to be the journals too. Like, Christopher Columbus kept a journal. So today, there's still new species to discover in the Congo, and high alpine mountain ranges, and deep in island jungles, deep in the ocean. We haven't discovered half the species on Earth because many are probably in the deep ocean. But now we know that if I had to guess, people thought that chimps were harmless for a few reasons. They now make a distinction between bonobos and chimps. They were once thought to be the same species. But bonobos are called the hippie chimps. They are smaller, a little bit, than regular chimps. They're absolutely peaceful, cooperative, chill, easygoing, trainable, happy-go-lucky, absolutely good companions. And it must have been bonobos that humans' first acquaintance with in the Western world was really made, and that would make sense if you have all these sailors buying apes on the market, like coast of Africa, that the non-violent chimps would be for sale, much easier to capture and keep. Later, Hollywood and stuff, zoos get a hold of the, well, chimpanzee species, which are quite violent, not at all herbivorous. Some of them heavily omnivores and heavily meat is a huge portion of their diet. They have a reputation for snatching human babies out of the crib and eating them in the trees. Like, seriously, meat heavy omnivores. Some of which some chimp troops seem to be cannibalistic. So there's a lot of misconceptions that just because something looks big and powerful, that it's a brute. But gorillas are pretty, for the most part, pretty chill. But if you really do attack a gorilla troop, the silverback male will mess you up. So gorillas having the monstrous reputation is just probably normal silverback male gorilla defending his female behavior when humans go to hunt them or capture. The bonobos would just go willingly with you and be like, okay, we're relocating. We're pets now, whatever. So there's a point to this. In the 1950s through even today, the boomers got the idea that human beings are at our nature violent creatures because our ancestors must have been violent, like Australopithecines or whatever, evolution. So you look at Stanley Kubrick, and he makes 2001: A Space Odyssey, and he has, Australopithecines who make the first tools. The first tool is a weapon. It's a bone used as a weapon. And then he throws the bone in the air, and it becomes a spaceship, and that's eventually we're able to go to space because of our tool use. But since we are savage at heart, it must have been a weapon. Well, this is all nonsense. World War I, World War II happening and being so horrific shaped the opinions of the boomers, made them jaded about humanity. There's also, what they don't realize is there's no evidence at all for human warfare before about 11,000 years ago-ish, about the time of the megafaunal collapse of when people had to start farming. The big extinction event, which probably now we know is probably started from a comet or asteroid strike. But since they didn't know about the comet and asteroid strike evidence, people in the 50s and 60s concluded that the Great Extinction was humans hunting everything to death. And finding out that our closest relative is a chimpanzee, which is a violent ape, flesh-eating and occasionally cannibal ape, right? Well, whoops, no, actually, that's a stupid theory that we went around eliminating all animals in sight just for no reason, somehow, 11,000 years ago. That's ridiculous. It was climate change, probably from an asteroid strike. Now that we're finding iridium dust all over the planet and other evidence at a certain layer in the soil. And also, whoops, bonobos are our closest living relatives, not chimpanzees. The hippie chimp. And there is no evidence of warfare before the great mass extinction of the megafauna and the advent of farming. That's when people had to settle down and actually defend a piece of land in order to live. That's when warfare began. But prior to that, hunting and gathering in a big world and a low human population meant that there's really no motivation for warfare. In fact, people would wonder, why the hell would you do that? Just meeting other human beings would have been sometimes miraculous. And human beings were united against the monsters, the big saber-toothed cats and the cave lions and cave bears. every time we made a kill, we had to fight monsters for the kill. Dire wolves and the like. The human beings would just rejoice seeing each other and cooperate. There's no survival without that. I do not think we at all like mass killed Neanderthals or anything. Now that there's more genetic evidence, we bred with them. We just merged with that species. So technology is proving wrong a lot of the assumptions that unfortunately many influential filmmakers and authors and thinkers of the 20th century got wrong. We're not at heart a violent species, but we sure can resort to it if we need to. Of course. It's just one of those things. Humans survived when other species did not by being adaptable with every tool, from excessive ability to cooperate and live peacefully with others to the other things, the tools of atrocity, barbarity, cannibalism, and the like. But I have hope. Warfare didn't really exist before scarcity. If we end scarcity through technology, we can end warfare. You just get to the root of it. Everything right now in the Middle East is wars over scarcity. The bitterest, most hateful conflicts over the scarcest things. Like there's not much land in the Levant, but a lot of people want to live there. But in water and etc. But technology may bring us to the point of plenty again. Before the ecosystem collapsed 11,000 years ago, it was the Garden of Eden. It was a land of plenty. And almost every culture has a tale of how that all ended and why. But is it something we could retain again? I have hope. Ultimately, the future is what we make it. But if I had to rewrite Poe here, I would make a chimp the perpetrator of these murders. An orangutan does not make sense. A chimp could still pull off everything acrobatically, and depending on the orangutan species, an orangutan may be too heavy to climb the lightning rod. Actually, he's talking about Borneo chimps. Let's see. Are they? Why did I say orangutan? Jeez. Borneo orangutan. I'm getting tired. Yeah, they're especially heavy. Maybe Poe was misinformed. These are big ones, you know. I can't imagine that guy climbing a lightning rod, let alone committing a murder. But yeah, they're the ones with the big cheeks. In fact, this would have to be like a female. Would have been a plot twist. It's a female that did it. No, there are different. There's a Sumatran orangutan. Just look at the wiki. Maybe they've got some pictures. But I've never heard of one killing a person under any circumstance, let alone going to a blood frenzy. They're not like sharks. That was a little fun that Poe mentioned that. So they're in the rainforests of Indonesia, Malaysia, Borneo, and Sumatra. But in the Pleistocene, the Ice Age, they were in Southeast Asia and China as well. So they are the only surviving species of the subfamily Ponginae, which diverged genetically from other hominids like gorillas, chimps, and humans somewhere between 19.3 and 15.7 million years ago. They have profoundly long arms but short legs. So let's see what the difference is between the subspecies. I guess all the males have the big cheeks, but the Borneo ones, big boys, the most robust. Ah, they were over by Lake Toba. Toba was the largest volcanic eruption at the time the humans have lived. Unimaginably large, a super volcanic eruption. So there's I never heard of this one, Tapanuli orangutan? South Tapanuli in Sumatra. Well, I guess maybe they're all kind of robust. Oh, critically endangered. That makes me sad. Sumatran's also critically endangered. Freaking palm oil. It's habitat loss. Nobody really hunts them or anything. So, okay, friends. Hopefully my pizza hasn't expired. See, it's only been out for 3 hours. I think I could put it away. All right, friends. We only have 7 people here. Do you want me to continue to talk with you a little bit until midnight? Let me put away stuff in the kitchen. Or would you guys like to go to bed? Doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. Seed probate one of my breadsticks, but that's fine. He went and retrieved the food. I don't know about this being a way to make money. I don't think I have gotten a donation tonight at all. May have to come up with new plans. When I drive places, I don't get money either, even though that takes a lot of gas money. If I stay at home and read you something, I don't make money either. Patreon and like subscriptions would be good. Everybody keeps telling me so. I've really got to do it. Sorry about the rustling noises. So, I've got to survive. Got to survive through the winter. I am sitting on a lot of footage of places I've gone. Gone to many ghost towns. And rare places. I could start publishing what I've already gotten, but I want to travel and film now that I have my good cam. I could start the second channel, Kathryn's World of Ghost Towning. Not paranormal, but, abandoned places. I super obsessively research everywhere that I go. Like, I can tell you everything about Astoria and the doomed voyage of the Tonquin. I'm a walking encyclopedia about the fur trade of North America. Because of that, and one of the main things I have to offer, way better than your average abandoned places YouTube channel, is I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. And I can pop the myths and misconceptions. Like, oh God, ants. Did ants find the pizza? No. You get away. You're not allowed my pizza. One is in the box. Oh God. I don't even want to think about if one of them crawled into the stuffed crust. I don't want to think about it. Just, we're not going to think about it. Like, I read a book even where somebody's trying to write some definitive, I think it was called Astoria and Empire. I was just crushed by how inaccurate it was. As this person goes on to lament the downfall of the beaver and stuff, and I'm like, I don't think beaver have ever been rare in Oregon. Other places they were almost eliminated, and were locally in some other states. But he comes to stupid conclusions, very stupid conclusions, saying, at Astoria alone, this huge amount of pelts were reported to have been exported. Oh God, there's more than one ant in the pizza box. Oh, there's 3. Oh God. Okay, I just put the pizza in a Ziploc. Now I have the horrible task of looking at it to see if ants are in the bag with it. Oh, oh please. Please no. Please. Oh. I can only hope they just found it. Okay, sorry for the interruption, but this guy says, at Astoria alone, X amount, a huge number, of beaver pelts were exported. And so if we took all the other fur trade forts up on the Columbia and added all of these numbers together, you could see how unsustainable the beaver trapping was. It's like, no, dude, what the hell are you doing? You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Astoria was the export terminal. It is it is the amount of pelts that were exported, period, that year. The other fur trade forts up the Columbia all the way to Canada sent all their pelts to Astoria, and that's where they left the country. So that is, it sounds like a huge number of pelts, but it's not only from Oregon, it's from Washington State, Idaho, from the trading on the Snake River, and the Columbia reaches up deep into Canada. Like, he's trying to add up all of the fur trade ports. All the furs went just to Astoria, and then they were exported from there. So no, just the Astoria numbers. Ugh. And he makes a stupid mistake of trying to say the fur traders, like, eliminated the beaver. No, they didn't. They did not want that to happen. They were the conservationists. They did not like it that the beaver got eliminated from Europe. It was the farmers who did that. And the farmers don't want their crops flooded. They don't want the beaver to eat their crops, and they do, like little hippos, hungry hippos. Fur traders and the Indians were mostly the trappers, actually, Indians. They always left some behind for seed. So you have the next generation of beavers. And they reproduce like rodents, so they can have like 16 young per year sometimes. Now, a farmer doesn't want any near them, so a farmer will find a beaver house and throw a couple of sticks of dynamite up under there, and then boom, the beaver problem is over. He just kills them all. You have to eliminate the whole colony, get them to stop making the dam again, because you could break the dam one day, just dismantle it, and beavers have repaired it by the next morning. Like, even if you destroyed it with a tractor or dynamited the thing, the beavers assemble it again tomorrow, the next day. Not like the Amish. Building a barn. You've seen that meme? So, it wasn't the fur trade that did that. It was settlers didn't like a beaver. Habitat loss. And there's something else going on. Corporate warfare. The different fur trading companies and the different tribes hated each other. So what tribes did to weaken each other economically so that they could conquer each other is they trespass on the other tribe's land and try to trap out their beavers. They didn't have any. Take all of them so that the other tribe couldn't trade for things and got weaker and got steamrolled. That was the main reason for loss of beaver. It's nothing the traders wanted. Like, they've been talking about reintroducing the beaver for a long time, Scotland and England, and they just haven't because they can't get any farmer cooperation, because you can't live with beavers and have a farm. The beavers will flood your fields and eat all your crops. It's just that simple. So you have to get with farmers who are willing to give up big portions of their land or just retire. And the vast majority of England's wetlands were drained for farming. So where the hell are you going to get the habitat? And the way beavers multiply, they will spill out of wherever they currently are and invade other farmers' fields. So they've had a huge amount of pushback. So you'd have to allow trapping too, keep the numbers in check. So there's been a lot of pushback. You have the different companies. Okay, let's look at the bags here. Are there any ants in the pizza bag? Come on, ants. Show yourselves. Because if I put them in the fridge, they'll stop moving around. I might bite into one. I might be sick. I mean, I'll just be sick. I don't see any ants in here. Not in bag number 1. Let's look at bag number 2. Come on, ants. I think I'm okay. So anybody who thinks beavers might be endangered or rare or something right now just really needs to get their head examined. Like they made their comeback. They're back. Trappers helped put them back on the landscape all throughout the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s. And the Forest Service actually parachuted beavers out of airplanes so that they could re-inhabit the remote ponds and like the Rocky Mountains and high altitude stuff. They parachuted them out in little wooden cages so that they could chew their way out. Operation Beaver Drops. Man, can't make this up. But yeah, reading that book was just so disappointing. Like really, you wrote a book about Astoria. Didn't understand that it was an export terminal for dozens of goods. And you thought that you needed to add together all of the pelts from every individual port plus that of Astoria, and you'd come up with some sort of a rational number. Like, yeah, the numbers he comes up with couldn't even fit on the ships. Like, go to Fort Vancouver and look at their recreations of packing furs, which were huge, with the equivalent of a printing press and squishing it down, and it takes a lot of room in a ship's hold. Do the math about how often the ships came by. It wasn't cargo ships, man. It wouldn't. And also understand they had other cargo as well, like the food and water for the sailors. So when I talk about a ghost town or history or something, I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. And I can shed new light on things. Okay, I'm going to put them in the fridge. I'm satisfied. I did not see any ants inside with the pizza slice. People also think white man went around rampaging in the neighborhoods. Only after mass Indian death from the diseases did they ever really go out in brigades trapping. There was a couple expeditions like Jedediah Smith and stuff where he was mapping California as much as trapping. All of his people got massacred by the Indians, with the Umpqua massacre. I went to Fort Umpqua and was kind of enraged because they recreated this fort, right? It's supposed to be about educational history. I did not mention the Umpqua massacre. I don't know, was it 68 or something, white guys with Jedediah Smith's party massacred by the Umpqua Indians? With like 3 survivors straggling into Fort Vancouver to tell the tale. And, they could have gone and eliminated that tribe with, wrath. They just straight up murdered them for their stuff and their guns and their pelts. But they went down there and said, you're going to give it back. You're going to give it back. You're going to compensate the families of the white people you murdered. I should say Euro-Americans. And you're going to be on best behavior We're going to build this fort here to make sure you're on best behavior as a place of refuge for any Euro-Americans passing through. And we will find you. We will hurt you. If there's any more disappearances and or murders of Euro-Americans, that's why the fort was made there. Not mentioned. Not mentioned at all. It's like, huh. Really? Yes, the Indians were victimized a lot. Everybody freaking knows that. Unfairly. But sometimes they were the aggressors. And no, there wasn't any crazy reprisal. That's surprising. You'd think white people would go nuts and start a war over that kind of shit. But we can't talk about history. It's just tainted as straight up victims all the time. Like there was no reason for white people to be extremely nervous around them and for tensions to be high. Gotta be real. Each Indian tribe was its own entity with its own political agenda, its own culture, and each band within that tribe had its own entity, its own political agenda, its own culture, and sometimes the little bands split off and they were more like bandits. Here's the equivalent of Indian gangsters running around. And the settlers and the fur traders, explorers had to wear gang colors. They had to display their gang colors. Wear certain colors to declare whose sides they were on. Literally. Like Hudson Bay blankets. Guys with Hudson Bay cut up a blanket, and so they had a stripe at the bottom of their shirt. And that let the Indians know this is Hudson Bay. Everybody allied with Hudson Bay, leave these dudes alone. But the Northwest Company, fair game. Open season on them if Northwest Company guys were in Hudson Bay territory. The Indians had distinctive dress and costume to identify themselves to each other's tribe too. In an age of corporate warfare where one company could literally, their members could literally kill the members of the other, like the Northwest Company versus Hudson Bay. Man, it was unreal and savage. That kind of environment doesn't exist anymore. So no, today's modern trapping resembles nothing like it. Does not threaten beaver populations. But the book, at the end of the book, he seems to think that it does. Like, no, the reason for the decline of the beaver no longer exists. It's like, imagine if somebody wrote a book about today's cotton farming and thought it was like the same as 1860. Yeah, everybody would think cotton is unethical. Sheep are unethical. But I'm here to correct that record. Okay, let's go back and see. Okay. Oh, Larry Green, I just sat back down. Thank you for your kind donation. I'm glad you liked the show. Did you hear it? Did you hear the story? ACB says ants are okay to eat. Oh, God. These are the ones where I've actually accidentally eaten a few. When they got in my coffee, because I put a lot of sugar in my coffee. And if you accidentally swallow one, they're the ones that taste like acidic licorice. Emphasis on the battery acid. Yeah, many are nocturnal. Canada and the U.S. actually dropped beaver out of airplanes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're mostly nocturnal. There's a game called Red Dead Redemption, a Western Wild West game. I want to be their advisor if they add trapping to it. Because in Red Dead Redemption 2, you're a Wild West guy and hunting can be part of the way you make money. I mean, banditry and stagecoach robbery too, whatever you want to do. And they have beaver walking around the middle of the day and muskrats walking around the middle of the day and just hanging out on the shore. And it's just like, no. They have eagles flying around in the middle of the night. No, eagles can't see at night. You get triple hearts, Larry. I've said my new, thank you, sir. I've said my new, maybe I can show it to you now. My new microphone needs some tweaking. I spent an excessive amount of time today setting it up, but look at this baby. The Elvis microphone. I set that up along with this GoXLR. The GoXLR is this, which your guys' donations have funded. Quite an expensive piece of equipment. Yeah, it's usually around $500. I got a super sale last year, 350ish or something, and it's what the pro streamers use for good results. So these are different inputs. These are the, see right here, these are the different like mute buttons. Now I'll unmute it.
So you can hear that it's quality. However, there's something wrong with the setting. It's like going to medical school to figure out how the thing functions. I have it on an actual microphone stand, which took me an hour to figure out how to set up. But people are saying there's something wrong with the sound. So I will probably spend many hours trying to figure this piece of equipment out. Now, my streaming setup will look a bit like this eventually, not with the crazy knobs on the side. But I may have to put a pop filter. This is a pop filter, the round thing with a screen, in front of the mic to take care of like harsh T kind of sounds, you know. I will have to listen later to the broadcast to do some sound tests to figure out what really is going on. I've had to purchase a mic stand, a XLR cable. I probably need some adapters so it will be vertical instead of horizontal in front of my face. I did purchase the accompanying, these are little knobs you turn, reverb, pitch, echo. Maybe that's what's wrong with stuff. No, what some of the knobs even do, let alone what setting they're at. Gender? What the hell is the gender knob? I have no freaking clue. Like earlier, I think echo was on for some reason. But back to the other mic.
I didn't want to delay the story any longer than it had to be. I'm sorry I had to delay for an hour just to eat. But that was what much of today I spent doing. So, let's see, what does it cost right now? It's only $523 on Amazon right now. You have to wait definitely for Black Friday kind of stuff. This microphone, the Shure Super 55, is a dynamic mic, XLR input, which is about $250. Oh, come on. My ad blocker does things. Wow. Giveaway? I want that. Yeah, I'll enter this giveaway. Bayer Dynamic, Persona, Sennheiser. These are good. These are good. Wow. Good brand names here. There we go. All right. not bad, not bad. So I am making efforts to improve the stream. I do need to fix the desktop setup, so I'll have 3 monitors, actually 3 different TVs, 2 of which were given to me. One day I'll get a real monitor. And then I should have a screen in which I interact with you guys, a separate monitor to monitor chat, separate monitor to run the recording software. But it's got a learning curve. They really don't make that particularly easy. Sound is hard, but it's the most important thing in video production, which is why I'm a little bit embarrassed, but I just have a headset mic. But it'll be fun, as soon as we get this super deluxe setup, it'll be fun to go back and laugh at the lower quality stuff. When I look at my own broadcast, I see the low quality of the mic setup. I now have the ability to broadcast in 1440p. However, as soon as I got that set up, it takes a lot of hard drive space. I would have to buy new hard drives just to save my own broadcast. As soon as I got that set up, I read from YouTube announcements. You have to not only have a subscription to YouTube, the Pro or whatever that has no ads, to see 1440p or even like good 1080. Like, are you kidding me? Like 4K now is behind a paywall. And they upped the cost. So I don't even know if it's worth it for most of my broadcasts to go into 1440, but it would be the situations where I've heard about where I'm up on a big screen TV. And I heard that Firestream was playing in bars and stuff in California during the fires. I was like, holy crap. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to the fame. No, it's been intimidating. So, we could talk about Astoria tomorrow. I guess I would do a poll. We could read more Poe, stuff like Telltale Heart or whatever, but Murders in the Rue Morgue is my favorite. Orangutan Killer. That's just my favorite. The other ones, sure, are okay. But I like to Poe's poetry better than some of the short stories. And he did a lot more than The Raven, So the Tonquin, there's still not that much available. To find out about the Tonquin online. I think I know where the shipwreck is, but I'm not going to disclose. I don't want it to be found. It's a mass grave, so I don't want it to be found. I mean, you look at all the looting the Titanic has even received, and that's really damn deep. If archaeologists looked at it, I don't think they'd find anything useful that we don't already know very damn well about the fur trade. I mean, yeah, beads were traded. Yeah, we know that. You're gonna find beads. Now, Tonquin, though, there are these place names all over Oregon where the knowledge of this ship and what happened, the horrifying end of the ship, was commonplace in the 1800s, and just in the 20th century, the textbooks skip it. A lot of Astoria is just skipped. Maybe it's just because so much new history has to be learned now. I mean, think about it. Reagan is history now, and textbooks can't just be gigantically huge. You gotta cut some of the past out to even include irrelevant present. Recent past. So all over the Portland area, there are streets and stuff called Tonquin. And best I can gather, it's named after a musk deer. a primitive deer of the past. The antlered deer that we know today, think of a deer themselves, are somewhat new on the scene evolutionarily, is what they say. Before deer had antlers, they had fangs, large canine, and they jousted with each other with their fangs for dominance and stuff over females, and they have these huge glands, sometimes on their face, back of their legs, etc., and it emits a delightful smell. When humans like, animals are all attracted to it. So it is now, here's some, extremely rare to find it. They make synthetic. Thank God they make synthetics because the deer was becoming scarce. It's a Southeast Asian deer, kind of a deer family actually. But even finding a good source for the synthetic is rare. It was used to flavor the finest cigars, snuff, and tobacco. It's a very unique and lovely smell. I've never smelled it before. I tried to source some to just, look at the figure out what the mystery is about. And people who make flavor their own tobacco, they really want this stuff. Lure makers want it to attract everything from coyotes to fox to, well, about anything. And people, you know what? I could make unique scented candles, couldn't I? I wonder if it could be held in a candle scent and nobody would know what the hell it is. Oh, I just had an idea. Would you like to make candles with me, friends? I want to set it up so we carve the pumpkin, the one I just got. And then maybe I could set up a kitchen can and we can make candles. I've looked at paraffin wax. Oh God, it's incredibly expensive right now, like unreasonably so. I thought I could save money by buying, from buying candles on making them my own. I don't know about that anymore. Now this is about the Gulf of, Kissinger, 1884. Okay, I thought it was 1984 and like Henry Kissinger. And this is weird. The Gulf of Tonkin was Vietnam. Kissinger was around. And here's a Kissinger legacy reprints the truth about Tonkin. What? That's one hell of a coincidence. Ah. Okay. Okay. The truth about the Tonkin campaign, military conflict between France and China in the late 19th century. Wow. Maybe the Gulf of Tonkin was called Tonquin at one point. That's interesting. If you look at Tonquin deer, primitive Ice Age survivors. Yeah, they have fangs. Like they seriously have fangs. Full strength ethical perfume oil. I've heard about how ethical their farms are. Supposedly they milk the deer. Can't make this up. Like their leg, like kind of where the dew claws are, have produced some of the musk. I don't know how you would do that while the animal's still alive. But hey, I've seen it on eBay for expensive amounts. I just don't trust it. I don't want to be part of perhaps poaching of a rare species. I just don't. So I don't trust it. But maybe we'll try the synthetic. I can get some and show it to you guys. Mouse River says deer and squirrels eat my pumpkins. Except for two. I thought squirrels would like to eat my pumpkin last year. That's why I left it out. That's what C Probe and I were talking about at the pumpkin patch. I thought squirrels would just eat it. And they didn't touch it. Even though we got lots of squirrels. And just look sat there looking normal. I mean, we had a lot of freezing nights. We had snow, so I didn't comprehend it was rotting from the inside. And oh, that's lovely artwork. That's not Tonquin deer. That's antler deer. Yeah, yeah, they got fangs. It's a whole class of deer. Yeah, so Ayurvedic medicine, those pods are their scent glands. They come out in pods. And supposedly you can squeeze their legs and get the pods out while they're alive, but I don't know. These poor little guys were hunted to near extinction, I hear, for their scent glands. 1800s. I'm sure Vietnam screwed up a lot of them too with landmines and whatnot. We don't like to mention that, but the sun bear, yeah, pretty much the Vietnam War drove that towards extinction with our landmines. And whenever sun bears walk around, stand on their hind legs, they look like Charlies. So my mom's Vietnam veteran friend, said that he must have killed 200 sun bears and or spectacle bears. I'm like, oh God. He goes, I feel like crap, of course. Yeah. Is that a dictic? No, that's African. Okay. Yeah, they come in different looks. Like some of them really, they look like a kangaroo. Oh, never mind that. I mean, it does not look like a kangaroo in a weird way. They're hard to study though, being jungle critters. Ew. I guess that's when their pods opened. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, the pumpkin. So it was after winter when I finally went out there and decided I want my chair back to get the pumpkin off the chair. I picked it up by the stem and the bottom fell out and the rotten pumpkin just splashed the chair. And Lord of the Flies popped out. Oh my God. So I put my big girl pants on, snapped on some gloves and gagged the whole time, but I would have needed a trowel to pick up the pumpkin mess. It was just like a paste. It's just like a paste. A rotten, disgusting paste. And eventually I just had to take my hands and just grab it through the gloves. And it was ice cold. Okay. Christopher says, I said, yeah. To what? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, to what? Oh, some people may be in the past in the broadcast because they may have missed part of it. You always have to make sure you're at the live portion if you rewind the stream. Otherwise, I may ask a question of my viewers and people respond about 10 minutes later. They're 10 minutes behind in the broadcast. So it may be a while before anybody who is behind hears what I'm saying. I should have made that clear in the very beginning. Tonquin musk. I've heard of fortunes being made where people find in old cabins and stuff, like the original Tonquin musk, like before with the banned imports and all that. I do believe it's banned. Like on the shelves, in our high alpine cabins or estate sales. Some of the older perfumes too, that were just intoxicating, had that stuff. So, PCS Outdoors. Yeah, this is synthetic. I almost got my hands on an oil drum full of Tonquin musk. I couldn't believe I was talking to an ex-Canadian trapper guy. I said, you have an oil drum of it? He goes, yes. I said, synthetic, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, because that would be thousands of deer worth of that stuff. But that would have had so much value. I tried to broker a sale in Moscow, Idaho, where they have like a fur trading shop sort of thing. And lure makers are the most interested. I mean, the perfume trade is number 2, but they have auctions for such things in Moscow, Idaho. And I was just on the cusp of closing the deal when the guy I was talking to had a car accident. I lost complete touch with him. I hope he lived. But I still salivate over the idea of an oil drum worth of Tonquin musk. I could have just paid off my student loans with that. I could have bought a car. He knew the value too. So it wasn't like I was cheating anybody. I was necessary to broker the sale and actually find an interested party. And someplace we could sell it halfway. But I'm now super curious. Well, I'll find an ethical source for some synthetic. Maybe it'll make a good scented candle. But when you see that tobacco has additives, like they won't explain what it is because it's almost always sweet, something from the perfume trade, in which have trade secrets. It's going to be things like lavender and your typical citrus elements, but a lot of it was musk scents from fur bearers. Skunk, diluted a lot, is very appealing. It's the basis of a lot of high-end perfumes, actually. Skunk actually smells good. It's just too concentrated for humans to appreciate it. There's a brisk trade in skunk essence. But some of the finest stuff had best tobacco, especially the rolling type that you roll at home. And the snuff was the very finest secret ingredient was Tonquin musk. And that's why some tobacco, some cigars and things, they have a mysterious aroma that you just can't identify anything from it. Mink oil and the like was part of it too. Mustelids. But all creatures like that. Beaver castor as well. Beaver castor is extremely attractive to man and beast. Women don't like it. I don't like it. I smelled it. If you're a fisherman, if you've ever really spent much time around rivers, no doubt you smell beaver castor, even if you don't know what it is. It's a chocolatey, musky, coffee-like, but musky smell. And if it's ever wafted near you, especially in the autumn, like that's beavers marking their territory. Right now, beaver casters are worth more than their pelt. Because mostly manufacturing of garments has ceased in the United States. So the Canada and the United States still knew how to dress and pluck and shear beaver pelts for the fur trade, and now they tried to set it up in China, but the Chinese don't know what they're doing. So since nobody dresses beaver pelts, they don't have a value. So it's sad, but sometimes when people trap beaver, they just take the glands out and take the meat for themselves and oftentimes eat it, but they leave the pelt. It takes hours to dress a pelt properly. So it created a whole lot of waste. But where beavers are, if you don't control their population, they spill out into the cities and into the suburban, like even they even start trying to make a home out of culverts and ditches in rural folks' driveways. If you ever are driving around west of Portland and you see in the countryside that the water is higher on one side of a culvert than the other, like underneath a driveway, the beaver is living there. Like they start to flood roads. You can track them from your vehicle. It's kind of nuts. I've actually confirmed there are beavers in a place called Beaverton. It's pretty funny. It used to be a big beaver swamp, as far as you know. But they have little parks, and I visited one of the parks and saw a beaver dam. I was like, dang. I don't know why I get tickled by that. Okay. Oh, there's a good shot of a fanged deer. Now these live in Siberia, I think. Kafka-esque Siberian musk perfume. I was hoping there'd be bigger pictures. A random blog here. There it is. Yeah, you could tell this isn't really like tropical Vietnam type jungle, but Siberia or something. Okay, friends. I need to save my voice for tomorrow. And it's getting late. It's past midnight now. So, last call. Now that I've ended the ambiance of a storm and at sea, rolling thunder, it suddenly seems like there's something missing, doesn't it? Now, I've got to collect some firewood tomorrow. Got to figure out this microphone thing. Got to do some things for friends and family. But I hope that I can sit down maybe with John Stoker or somebody who knows about microphones. Does anybody here know about microphones? You can let me know. Hopefully I can get the nice one set up. That'd be really cool. Thanks for being here, friends. And I hope you enjoyed the story. We'll take a poll. We can talk about the doomed voyage of the Tonquin, and I could read Alexander Ross's Adventures of First Oregon Settlers. Not a huge read. We may have to break it up into 2 nights, though. I think his is the best account of what happened. Washington Irving's is a bit, well, literary, as in kind of, almost like he was making a screenplay, like a kind of glorifies the death of the captain a little bit, and that doesn't need to happen. He was a crazy mofo who kind of deserved sort of what he got. So, I'll investigate. I did find a good ebook, like free and readable, like if you want to read along, sort of thing. Or we could talk about the beast of Gevaudan. Now, that's still mysterious to this day, sort of, but it's probably the origin of the popularity of the werewolf legends of the 1700s, where some beast in rural France, like middle of nowhere France, killed between 168 people and 300-ish people. Now, the King of France finally got involved when the menace couldn't be ignored. It was probably more than one animal, also. It may have been a wolf, a couple of wolves, a big wolf pack, or perhaps an animal that was not a wolf but took over a wolf pack, like a different kind of canine. Either way, it did things that a wolf can't do, such as bit the heads off of people. Wolves can crush bone with their jaws, like say a moose's ankle, where there's no real meat around the bone. However, a wolf can't bite through a human neck vertebra or separate it. So only a few creatures can do that, like African lions and American cougars, leopards, jaguars. However, it was not a feline. It's very easy to tell from tracks and appearance of creatures if something's a cat or not. So they have round ears and roundy faces. You get the idea. They roar or they scream like a cat. So it's some sort of a mystery, wolf-like creature, or some sort of a massive freak of nature. But I have my own theory about what it was from watching some documentaries. I think one totally figured out the mystery. It's not a mystery in my opinion, but many still present it as such. but the killing spree the beast went on was pretty significant, and the 300 death toll tally was estimated because the methods some of the first people sent to kill the beast from the crown, he didn't allow burial of the victims. He thought the beast might come back and feed upon the victims. So when people, including children, got killed,